a blastless operation. Environment-friendly initiative of developing dedicated coal corridor and induction of new technologies for coal mining and transportation. Nice pollution.
मेरा यहाँ दुकान है 2 साल से रास्ता बनने लेकिन अभी गाड़ी इतना
After successfully operating a 2 megawatt solar power plant, MCL is now expanding its green footprints by setting up more solar power plants in Odisha, besides planning to diversify into metal business. In order to minimize air pollution due to transportation of coal, MCL has deployed fixed and mobile fog cannons at railway siding as well as in its mine areas. Green spaces have also been developed which act as natural lungs and purify air. MCL, the second largest production subsidiary of Coal India, ensures adequate supply of fuel to power plants, thereby meeting demands of an ever-growing and prosperous India. However, the process of thermal electricity production releases pollutants like gases and fly ash as byproducts. In an effort to tackle this, MCL has partnered with thermal power producers to reduce negative impact on environment by utilizing fly ash in mine voids and developing green cover, thus creating a sustainable and eco-friendly business environment. As an innovative idea, MCL allocated several hectares at Talcher Coalfields for reclamation by using fly ash. One such company that MCL has collaborated with is NTPC.
Filling the mine void by TTPS to that Balanda, that's a successful project because they were utilizing 100% ash by disposal to that quarry. And once you dispose it to the quarry, I believe it's a win-win situation for both the companies. We have made an MOU with MCL for disposal of our ash to Jagannath quarry number 8, which is an abandoned quarry, where we will be disposing our ash slurry. We have also requested MCL for allotting us further abandoned quarries.
One may not realize it while walking through this lush greenery, but this forest has been created on the fly ash that's deposited by one of the power plants. These fully grown trees and vegetation on the decoaled Balanda mine now supports the biodiversity by becoming a habitat of wild animals and birds. Similarly, MCL has created many gardens and orchards on its OB dumps and voids of various mines where flora and fauna now flourish. Going a step further, MCL is creating eco-parks and eco-ponds in and around its mining areas to harness tourism potential in what are otherwise seen as remote areas of Odisha. MCL's CSR initiatives, which go hand in hand with the company's coal mining pursuits, strengthen harmonious relationship between company and its peripheral communities.
लॉकडाउन रे तो हाट बाजार सब बंद थिला बेले आमे ई आहार मंडल तरफु अनेक किछि परिवार चाष करिछु आ सही परिवार रे हमर कुटुंब परिवार चलुछु गा रे भी ଯାହାକୁ ଯେନ୍ତା ଏନ୍ତା ଦିଆ ହେଉଛି ସେମାନେ ବି ନେଇକି ଖାଉଛନ୍ତି।
ଆଗରୁ ଏ ସବୁ ବିଷୟ କିଛି ନି ଜାଣିଥାଏ। ବର୍ଷେ ଆଗରୁ ବାୟପା MCLର ଯେନ୍ ଆଇଛି ଏ ସଂସ୍ଥାଟା ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ବଢ଼ିଆ ବଢ଼ିଆ ଟେକ୍ନିକ୍ରେ ଏଇଟା ଚାଷ ଲାଗି ଆମକୁ ବୁଝାଲେ। କୁକୁଡ଼ା ପାଳନଟା ଯଦି ନେଇ ଦେଇଥିଲେ ଆମେ ବହୁତ ହଇରାଣ ବି ହେଇଯାଇପାରିଥାନ୍ତୁ। ସେ ମାନେ କୁକୁଡ଼ା ଯେନ୍ ଦେଇଥିଲେ ସେଟା ଆମେ ବିକିକିରି ବି ଭଲ 2 ପଇସା ଆସିକି ବେଲେ ପାଇଲୁ।
MCL ଆଉ ବ୍ୟାଗ୍ ବାଲେ ଯେଉଁ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ସେ ମଞ୍ଜି ଉନ୍ନତ ମଞ୍ଜି ଆଉ ସେଥିରେ ବାଛୁରୀ ବି ଭଲ ବାହାରିଛନ୍ ଆଉ ସେଟା କ୍ଷୀର ବି ବଢ଼ିଆ ଦଉଛନ୍ ଆଗରୁ ବହୁତ ବଢ଼ିଆ।
ପ୍ରଥମେ ଏ ଜମିଟା ପୁରା ପଡ଼ିଆ ଥିଲା, ଏଇଟା କିଛି ଗଛ ଥାଇନି। MCL ଓ ବାୟପର ସହାୟତାରେ ଏ ସବୁ ଘଷି ଉଠୁଛେ, ସବୁ ପନିପରିବା ମଞ୍ଜି ଦଉଛନ୍ ସେମାନେ। ତାପରେ ଆମକୁ ଆମ୍ବ ଗଛ ଲଗାଇବାର ଲାଗି ଦେଇଛନ୍। ତାପରେ ଏ ସବୁ ଗୋଟେ ଫାର୍ମ ପଣ୍ଡ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି, ସିଲ୍ପୋଲିନ୍ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି।
Thousands of years ago, green turned black, deep inside Mother Earth. And today, we mine it with a wish to return green back to her.
हमारे मिले कदम, हमारा चौड़ा सीना, विशाल कंधे हमारे, हाथ फौलाद हमारे। हम हैं आग, हम हैं बिजली, हम हैं शक्ति की खान, हम हैं कोल इंडिया, कोल इंडिया हम।
There has been increasing tendency among farmers community to use hybrid seeds owing to their high yielding, disease resistant and climate tolerant characteristics. However, in some cases, hybrid seed loses its quality during repeated farming. This forces a farmer to buy hybrid seeds every year.
Coal India Limited, a name associated with India's energy needs for generations. As it steps into a new decade, Coal India is dedicatedly working towards accomplishing Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision that India should be the world's biggest coal exporter, considering its size of reserves. Accounting for 55 to 60% of the country's energy needs and 82% of the total coal supply, the Maharatna PSU is one of the driving forces of the government's Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Abreast with the competitive business environment and its vast experience in mining, Coal India has identified 49 projects under its innovative First Mile Connectivity or FMC initiative to increase efficiency and be more environment friendly. Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, the youngest among Coal India's 8 sister subsidiaries, has taken up 9 of these FMC projects. Formed in 1992 with an annual capacity of 23 million tons, MCL is now a coal giant with production over 140 MTPA. Headquartered at Sambalpur, MCL's mining operations are spread across Angul, Jharsuguda and Sundargarh districts of Odisha. These operations are located at the Ib Valley Coalfields and Talcher Coalfields, which is India's largest coal reserves. Being the leading coal producer in the country, MCL has set an aspirational target of producing 263 million tons. To assist Coal India achieve 1 billion tons by 2024, and the key contributor to this goal will be the FMC initiatives. Conventional coal production takes place with drilling of coal seam and blasting operation. Coal is removed using the shovel-dumper combination for transportation to the crusher or feeder to size it below 100 mm. The coal is then shifted to the stockyard, from where it is transported to consumers through roads or railway mode. This is not just a time-consuming process, but also poses pollution and safety hazards for coal miners involved in operations. With the upgraded First Mile Connectivity, coal extraction and dispatch has seen a visible transformation. MCL has pioneered the use of surface miner in coal mining, which omits blasting coal seam and also produced crushed coal. After exposing the coal seam, the surface miners cut the sized coal, which is then transported by dumpers to the coal handling plants or CHPs. The CHPs precisely weigh the quantity of coal to be loaded directly and equitably into the moving rakes. Unlike the conventional method of using payloaders for repeated loading and unloading operations at stockyards and railway siding, which continues to delay the evacuation process, introduction of FMC has increased the rake turnaround for coal transportation and evacuation capacity. MCL has over 22 operating railway sidings, 5 silos with rapid loading systems and 4 merry-go-rounds to load coal on the rail wagons.
Siding loading रे हमारा underload react रोटे underload overload था react underload overload रो probability बहुत अच्छी जोटे कि silo loading रे पूरा control
By 2024, the company will add 9 FMC projects with 146 million ton per annum evacuation capacity, thus creating opportunities for increase in production and minimization of coal stock. MCL has also earmarked a capex of 3,600 crore rupees for its FMC infrastructure and is expected to add 130 metric tons per annum to the existing capacity of 36 metric tons per annum by the financial year 2024.
ଆଗରୁ ସାରେ ଯେଉଁ ଧୂଳି ଧୂଆଁ ହେଉଥିଲା ସାଇଲ ଯେଉଁ ବସିଲାଣି ସେଦିନ ଆଉ ଏତେ ଧୂଳି ଧୂଆଁ ନାହିଁ ଲୋକ ଚାହା ପିଇବା ପାଇଁ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି କିଏ ବସୁଛନ୍ତି
ଏତେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଭଲ ସବୁ ଗଛପତ୍ର ଆଉ ଏତେ ଡଷ୍ଟ ନାହିଁ.
Serving the nation for 3 decades, MCL has grown with the people around its mines. And together, we hope to take this growth forward towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat.
DFC सर आगे 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 सर. स्टार्ट करो. स्टार्ट करते रहो ना. Tell me, and I forget. Teach me, I may remember. Involve me, and I learn. This quote by Benjamin Franklin is apt to start with the workshop. A very good evening to everyone present over here. I, Lopamudra, and Ojaswini. On behalf of Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, we welcome all our honorable dignitaries, eminent speakers, officials from Headquartered, area, project, lecturers and students from BSSUT, Engineering College, Sambalpur University, and representative from media to the workshop on mine closure and sustainable mining development of food, forest, and social forestry by involving peripheral villages and use of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things in mining industry, organized by Environment and Forest Department, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited.
We are immensely grateful and privileged to have among us our in-house honorable dignitaries and distinguished speakers for the evening. Our chief guest of the occasion, esteemed Shri O.P. Singh Sir, Chairman cum Managing Director MCL, Shri K.R. Vasudevan Sir, Director Finance MCL, and Shri Keshav Rao Sir, Director Personnel MCL, and Shri Jugal Kumar Bora Sir, Director Technical Project and Planning.
We also have among us Professor Khanindra Pathak Sir from IIT Kharagpur, Farmer Samir Bordoloi Sir, Ecological Farming Expert, Secretary General Spread Northeast Assam, Professor H.B. Sahu Sir, Department of Mining Engineering, NIT Rourkela. Two young speakers will be joining. They are the founders and CEOs of Bidal Technology Private Limited and startup Shri Rishikant Rajput and Shri Kalas Nibjia. Now, may I request Shri A.K. Pandey Sir, TS2 DTPP, and Shri Samir Kumar Das Sir, General Manager, Environment and Forest Coordination, to escort all our honorable dignitaries and distinguished speakers to the dais. Please, sir.
Under the vision of our CMD sir and able guidance of DTPP sir, we all have assembled here to motivate and connecting our minds towards the success of balancing social, economic and environmental performances. We at MCL are united and working towards reducing the environmental impact starting from production of coal by eco-friendly means to safe and stable mine closure with continuity of community livelihood. Hope this workshop will enhance our knowledge and inspire us to put more efforts in this journey of sustainable development, keeping up with the advancement in technology. To start on an auspicious note, we will have our lamp lighting ceremony to inaugurate this workshop. As a tribute to the Mother Saraswati, the goodness of knowledge. Okay. May I request Shri Samir Kumar Das sir, General Manager Environment and Coordination, and Shri S.K. Malviya sir, General Manager Environment, to escort our honorable dignitaries and distinguished speakers for lighting of lamp.
Two of our young speakers are also here, and I request them to be on the dais and join our dignitaries and other speakers for lamp lighting, please.
Ya shubhra vastravrita ya veena varadanda mandita kara ya shweta padmasana ya kundendu तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I request Sri A.K. Singh sir, General Manager Production, to welcome our chief guest of the occasion, esteemed Sri O.P. Singh sir, CMD MCL, with shawl, Shrifal and plant sapling.
Now I request Shri A.N. Pandey sir, GM Safety and Rescue, to welcome Shri K.R. Vasudevan sir, Director Finance MCL, with shawl, Shrifal and plant sapling.
I request Shri Ravikesh K.R. Raju Sir, General Manager Quality Control, to welcome Shri Keshav Rao Sir, Director Personnel, MCL, with shawl, shriffle and plant sapling.
I request Shri Mihir Chandra Sir, GMMM, to welcome Shri Jugal Kumar Bora Sir, Director Technical Project and Planning, MCL, with shawl, seafall and plant sampling.
I request Shri Vijayant Kumar Sir, General Manager Welfare, Chief of Security, to welcome Shri Khanindra Pathak Sir with shawl, shriffle and plant sapling.
I request Shri Anupam Srivatsav Sir, GM L&R, to welcome Shri Samir Bordolai Sir with shawl, shriffle and plant sapling.
I request Shri Govardhan Mahapatra Sir, General Manager E&M, to welcome Professor H.B. Sahu Sir with shawl, shriffle and plant sapling.
I request Shri Samir Kumar Das Sir, General Manager E&F Coordination, to welcome Shri Rishikant Rajput with shawl, shriffle and plant sapling.
I request Shri Sanjay Kumar Malviya Sir, General Manager Environment, to welcome Shri Kalash Nipjia with shawl, shriffle and plant sapling. Thank you. Corporate song creates a pride, reminds us of where we are lying, our commitments, our values, and gives us a common meaning to an otherwise diverse group. So powerful is the intent of corporate song that it unites each miner for illuminating the whole earth. So I request everyone to kindly stand for the corporate song.
हमारे मिले कदम, हमारा चौड़ा सीना, विशाल कंधे हमारे, हाथ औलाद हमारे। हम हैं आग, हम हैं बिजली, हम हैं शक्ति की खान, हम हैं कोल इंडिया, कोल इंडिया। अंधेरे से खोद लाते हम उजाले खुशियों के, चट्टाने फोड़ जुटा दे हम ईंधन लाखों के। हम हैं कोल इंडिया, कोल इंडिया हम। कदम मिले चले ताल मिलाकर, साथ पकड़ कर बाहें, हम लाए काला हीरा हमसे उज्जवल देश की राहें। हम हैं आग, हम हैं बिजली, हम एकता की खान। हम हैं कोल इंडिया, कोल इंडिया हम। हम हैं कोल इंडिया, कोल इंडिया हम।
Please be seated. I now request Shri Jugal Kumar Bora sir, Director Technical P&P, MCL, to deliver the welcome address to the August gathering. Please, sir.
Namaskar and good afternoon to everyone. My sincere apology to every one of you for spoiling your Saturday evening afternoon nap. The chief guest of today's workshop, our respected CMD Sriman O.P. Singh Saab, Director of Finance Sriman Basudevan Saab, Director Personnel Sriman Keshwar Rao Saab, eminent speakers today, Dr. Khaninder Pathak, Sriman Samir Bordoloi, Professor Sahu, Rishi and Kalas, GMs, area GMs who are present here and who are online virtually connected to us, all HODs, all executives, and everyone present here in the hall. It's a great privilege, and I'm truly honored, in fact, to welcome our chief guest of today's workshop, Sriman O.P. Singh Saab, my fellow directors, eminent speakers from different educational institutes, and all of you. I humbly, and it's really an honor to welcome every one of you to this workshop. A few days back, around 20 days back, I was in Calcutta. I had an opportunity to attend a program in Calcutta organized by IOT Kharagpur. So there in that program, we had a lot of interactive sessions whereby many of the speakers actually talked about, the sustainable mining and industry 4.0 and lot of many other things. But during that interaction with these speakers, I found that few of the things which will be very, very important to all of us, which are really a very important subject in today's era, are basically sustainable mining, also reclamation of our old overburdened dumps, degraded dumps, involving all peripheral villages, involving the local community, and also introducing artificial technology, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning towards a step for Industry 4.0. So with that thing in mind, so I had a plan to, percolate whatever I have learned or whatever was taught during that session through these eminent speakers to all of you here present here. And that is why actually this workshop has been planned. So the basic objective motto behind planning this workshop is to just to have an first-hand experience of first-hand knowledge of the experience these eminent speakers have in their field of work. And I'm really thankful to our CMD Sahab, who has in the first instance agreed to our proposal for holding this workshop. And I sincerely thank CMD sir for your proactively accepting our proposal. Here I would also like to thank our DF, Shriman Basudevan Sahab, who is retiring tomorrow. In spite of that, when I told him about the event, he said, whatever it is, wherever I am definitely going to attend this workshop. This is going to be a very, very important workshop for all of us. So I am thankful to you also, sir, for being here. So during the interactive sessions in Calcutta with these speakers, one sentence which has really hit me during the session of interactive sessions is these young kids from IIT Kharagpur, actually they are just the alumni of IIT Kharagpur, Rishi and Kailash, and also Samir. So when we are discussing about our issues, our challenges in the mining fields, so one sentence which all these three speakers actually told me is that, sir, you give us your problem, we'll give you a solution. Can you imagine the confidence in them? I mean, this is the level of confidence in them. So I'm sure with their vast experience in their field of work, every one of us will be benefited. So in this backdrop, Professor Pathak will be talking mainly on the sustainable development, mine closure. In fact, mine closure in coal industry is I think it's the brainchild of Professor Pathak only. So it was your brainchild probably. So he will be talking on that. Samir is basically a farmer by profession. He is a farmer, and he will be sharing his experience in his field of work in developing forestry, social forestry, food forest, involving the local community, which I'm sure every one of us will definitely gain out of it. And this Rishi and Kailash, they will be talking about the artificial intelligence, use of artificial intelligence and IOT, Internet of Things, in the mining perspective, in the mining field. Dr. Sahu, Professor Sahu will be talking about the land degradation on that issue. In fact, all these are going to be very, very useful for all of us. What I did was we had sent all of them to the field today in the morning just to have a first-hand information about what are our problems actually, the challenges, so that they can realize it firsthand and they can come out with some solutions. So with these words, I once again welcome each and every one of you, our CMD sir, our directors, everyone on the dais, everyone off the dais, everyone who are connected through online. To all of us, I'm sure when you go back after 2-3 hours from this hall, each one of you will definitely have something to carry back home. And I'm sure you can definitely apply that in your work sphere. With these words, thank you so much. Once again, welcome you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for warmly welcoming our gathering. I would like to say here, thank you so much, sir, for encouraging us, for helping us, for guiding us in details in each step for which this workshop has been possible actually. And thank you again, sir. Because of you, I think we are able and fortunate enough to have such eminent speakers among us for this evening, for this workshop. Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request the chief guest of this occasion, Shri O.P. Singh, sir, CMD MCL, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Yeah, very good evening to everybody. On this occasion of seminar on sustainable mining, social forestry, mine closure application, artificial intelligence, IOT. In fact, it's a very relevant subject for us, and let's hope that this seminar will help us in enriching our knowledge and do better in our field. So on this occasion, DF MCL, respected Basudevan Sahab, DP MCL, respected Keshav Rao Sahab, DTPNP, respected Jugal Bora Sahab, Professor Khanindra Pathak from IOT Kharagpur, farmer Samir Bordoloi. In fact, he is Dr. Samir Bordoloi, but prefers to be addressed as farmer Bordoloi. Then Professor H.B. Sahu from NIT Rourkela, and two young speakers, Shri Rishikant and Shri Kailash. And my dear friends, head of departments, area GMs, officers, and other HODs and other officers. It's a very opportune moment that we are going to listen from some eminent people regarding these subjects. I hope the points that they will cover in their address and the subject of their expertise on their address to the audience, definitely we will be able to see what we are doing in our field and what improvements are there that can be adopted. And two speakers, young speakers, to tell about artificial intelligence and IOT. Let us see. We are doing something, but still there is a scope of improvement in whatever sphere we are doing. Definitely this seminar will help us in learning few more things, adopting few new things, and taking our company to a higher level of expertise and execution in the field of social forestry, sustainable development, and all those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs and always encouraging us and giving your consent for conducting this workshop. Thank you so much, sir.
As a token of gratitude, we will be presenting mementos to our honorable dignitaries and distinguished speakers for the evening. Now I request Chief Guest of the occasion, esteemed Shri O.P. Singh Sir, CMD MCL, to present memento to Shri Professor Khanindra Pathak, IIT Kharagpur.
Once again, I request sir to present memento to farmer Samir Bordoloi sir, ecological farming expert, Secretary General, Spread Northeast Assam.
Now I request Shri K.R. Vasudevan Sir, DF MCL, to present memento to Professor H.B. Sahu Sir from Department of Mining Engineering, NIT Rourkela.
I request Shri Kesav Rao Sir, Director Personal MCL, to present memento to Shri Rishikant Rajput, Founder and CEO of Bidal Technology Private Limited.
Now I request Shri Jugal Kumar Bora Sir, DTPP MCL, to present memento to Shri Kalash Nivijay, Founder and CEO of Bidal Technology Private Limited.
Now I request Shri S.K. Debna Sir, General Manager Finance, to present memento to the chief guest of this occasion, Shri O.P. Singh Sir, Chairman cum Managing Director, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited.
Now I request Shri A.K. Behura Sir, GM Finance, to present memento to Shri K.R. Vasudevan Sir, Director Finance, MCL.
Now I request Shri A.K. Swarnakar Sir, General Manager Hingula Area, to present memento to Shri Kesav Rao Sir, Director Personal MCL.
Now I request Shri R.L. Khatik Sir, GM P&IR, to present memento to Shri Jugal Kumar Bora Sir, Director Technical PNP MCL. With this, our inaugural session has come to an end and we'll move towards the technical session. Thank you.
May I request Shri Samir Kumar Das Sir, General Manager E&F Coordination, and Shri S.K. Malviya Sir to escort our esteemed dignitaries and honorable speakers to their seats. There will be a 10 minutes of break, so the stage will be ready for our technical session. Then we'll move forward with our amazing speakers, our eminent speakers for the technical session.
True to its name, Vasundhara Coalfields of MCL is endowed with nature's bountiful gift in the form of enormous reserves of coal. With Siarmal open cast project coming up and joint venture thermal power on the cards, Vasundhara Coalfields will also see massive development of downstream value chain industries. Keeping business expansion in foresight, company is giving equal importance to social upliftment of the region. Village Barpali is in Sundargarh district and is centrally located in Vasundhara Coalfields of MCL. The village has high concentration of scheduled tribes. Like all surrounding settlements, the company and the village have grown together over the years. Inspired by the centrally driven scheme of Pradhan Mantri Adarsh Gram Yojana, MCL is launching Project Barpali to transform the village as a model hamlet. With a budget outlay of rupees 10 crores, the initiatives will involve civic amenities like roads, community center, water supply, school building, household toilets, Haat Bazaar, play field and street lighting.
MCL आम गाँव को आदर्श ब्रिज तैयार करिबारे आमे ग्रामवासी बहुत खुशी अछु.
Project Barpali is a manifestation of company's unwavering commitment to the community's cause. The project will not only consolidate company's bonding with the community, but will also build up the trust and goodwill with stakeholders.
Good evening. I request everyone to please be back to their seats. We are about to start our technical session. Please everyone, please come back to the auditorium.
Once again, good evening to all the respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, and to everyone present over here. I, Sujata, welcome you all to the technical session. The chairperson for this session will be Shri Jugal Kumar Bora sir, Director Technical Project and Planning, MCL. In India, coal has always occupied center stage and will continue to play a vital role in the energy sector. In coal sector, especially at our MCL, coal production goes hand in hand with the environmental protection, resource conservation, care for society through our CSR activities, and measure to protect our biodiversity. Although, with our efforts to achieve SD goals, we are facing practical challenges at ground level. So, through today's technical session, with the valuable suggestions and guidance of domain experts who are with us, we look forward to achieve our sustainable development goals in long term. The first presentation will be on case studies on issues related to overburden dump plantation and mine closure activities in MCL mines. The presentation has been prepared and will be delivered by N. Pirayamudam, Deputy Manager Environment, Kulda OCP, Chilambarasan, Deputy Manager Environment, Lakhanpur Area, Shri Sima Aditya, Deputy Manager Environment, Bharatpur Area, and Shri Kumarapartha Sarathi Das, Assistant Manager Environment, MCL Headquarters. I now request the team to start the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. It's our pleasure to have the eminent speakers on sustainable mining, social forestry, involving peripheral villages and use of artificial intelligence and IOT in mining industries. We would like to present the issues and challenges faced by the MCL mines and projects, which is a major compliance stipulated by the statutory bodies, MOFCC, SPCB. Not taking enough time, but showcasing the issues, measures adopted by the mines, and looking for the valuable points we need from the eminent speakers. We would like to start our presentation. Next slide, please. In MCL mines, we are facing the reclamation issues. You can see from the details here, we have achieved till now 25.62% of reclamation. And in the OB reclamation, we have significant achievement, and we will be showcasing the pictures of the mines in the recent after slides. Next slide, please. So what are the challenges in OB dump management in MCL? So from the dump parameters in our MCL mines, we have the average height of 90 meter with steeper slopes, averaging between 55 degree to 80 degree, and bench height from 15 to 20 meter at an average. At some places it is about 30 meter. Now what are the problems we have listed out? These are the poor development of plantation due to the spontaneous heating of the sails, poor retention of soil moisture due to less water holding capacity, soil erosion due to monsoon seasons and gully formations, dust accumulation on the plantation over there, lack of soil engineering techniques, then loss of nutrient qualities and microbial activities of the soil system, ultimately impacting this floral diversity, anthropogenic disturbances sometimes, and inaccessibility of the OB slopes due to safety constraints. Next, these are the sail hitting pictures which have been collected from the Basundhara area, and due to the poor development of these slopes, OB slopes, we are facing a lot of difficulties there, but not in all the mines. Next slide, please. The gully erosion and the rain cuts in the external dump of Kulda OCP. Next slide. This is the soil eroded material that gets accumulated at the toe dump, and sometimes we see the plantation restricted to these areas only at the toe dumps end. Next. As you can see, this haphazard vegetation on seasonal vegetation that can be seen in the slope, but not useful for stabilization. Next. Now our aim is that the reclamation of the overburdened dumps through plantation by using efficient microbes with suitable bioinoculants in an environmental friendly microbial technique for significant improvement in the fertility status and biological activities of the OB soil, thereby reclaiming and rehabilitating the land during and after mining is completed, returning the land with useful purposes. Next slide. This is the external dump of again Kulda OCP. It is shown. Now you can see that OB dump slopes are not clearly visible with plantation. All these plantation you can see that at the end of the toe dumps. Next slide, please. Now the good practices whatever followed by the MCL mines are this topsoil blanketing the dumps as a part of technical reclamation. Kulda OCP has developed a departmental nursery where native plants are grown for plantation and distribution purposes. In monsoon, seed balls are thrown on the slopes of dumps, as we have recently seen in Lakhanpur area. Coir matting and grassing, and deployment of mobile fog cannons, fixed mist sprinklers and mechanical road sweepers to reduce airborne dust particles affecting the nearby plantations. And retaining wall has been developed in the mines where erosion is frequent. Now you can see here the blanketing of topsoil over the dumps, but it is not sufficient to support the plantation. Next. These are the nurseries that have been developed in the Basundhara area, where the major plants sal, guava, jackfruit, baul, banana, gambar, elaichi, papaya, kadam, sonari, etc. has been developed there, and from that nurseries we are planting in the nearby sites. When it is fully developed, we are transferring these saplings to the nearby sites where it is required. Next. You can see here the sal nursery being raised at Kulda OCP with beautiful saplings. Next. And not only we are doing the plantation activities, but we are also organizing and promoting the organic farming techniques, that is the project Ahar Mandal. In this Ahar Mandal, the main technique is development of the vegetables in a concentric circle process. The first circle is of having a diameter of 6 feet, second one 18 feet, and third one is 30 feet. With a 2 feet deep circular pit having a Amrit Jal that helps the plants grow with better development. You can see here the Amrit Jal, it is an organic solution of cow dung, jaggery and powder of ground cereals. Next. And here we can see in Bhubaneswari OCP also we have developed some organic farming on the internal backfield area, banana plantations and brinjal plantations along with side by side. Next. And in the under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav Abhiyan, we have developed some Mahatma Gandhi Udyans at various projects, and here we have raised 1500 numbers of fruit bearing species You can see the mango, bell and guava, jamun, coconut and amla species have been planted there. Next. Now the dumps with grassing over of dumps at Bhubaneswari OCP. Now you can see the contrast where the Kulda OCP is not showcasing the best results, but in the Bhubaneswari OCP it is showing the best results. Next, it is the Lakhanpur OCP dump sites, and now I request my teammate Sri Chilambarasan, who can actually see the actually feel the problems over there. What are the issues he is facing in the field? Because he is a field man and he can actually tell what are the issues there. Mr. Chilambarasan.
Thank you, Parth. So in respect of Lakhanpur area, we have 3 number of mines: Lakhanpur OCP, Belpahar OCP and Lilari OCP. So now we have planned for amalgamation of all these 3 mines. So these 3 mines will be amalgamated into a single mine known as integrated Lakhanpur, Belpahar, Lilari OCP for a 40 million ton project. So the biggest challenge we faced here, because when we carry out this reclamation, these areas have to be rehandled in the future. Like in 5 and 10 years, this wherever now we are backfilling and the future backfilling where we will be carrying out, this areas has to be completely rehandled for extraction of lower seams. So what we did, next slide please. So what we did, we went for bamboo plantation. So recently the bill has been passed so that there is no cutting permission required for bamboo. So we went for bamboo plantation. And there was a good success rate in bamboo plantation. So initially the progress was very slow. Like first 2 years we didn't see any growth. But after 2 years there was a very good progress in the growth of bamboo. Then we went for vetiver grass plantation in the slopes. So we found from the scientific journals that vetiver has a good binding strength. So we went for vetiver grass plantation in the Obidum slopes. Next slide please. So because we don't want to, for cost effective, we went for seed ball plantation in the Lakhanpur OCP. So initially we tried with 3,500 seed balls. So it was very cost effective, around 3,000 rupees we made. So we tried with all native species, we didn't go for any hybrid species. We tried for mango, grass, jamun. With these local species, we mixed with red soil and a certain amount of organic matter and cow manure. Next slide. And for a better idea, we invited all the school children in nearby for the awareness, and we created a festival in Lakhanpur. And next slide, please. And there was an excellent, and there was a 10 to 15% of seed ball success rate. So these are the reclamation measures. Now I would like to invite, to get ideas from the next speakers. What is the things we can do in the case of rehandling if we have to do in 5 or 10 years. Thank you.
Now I request my another teammate, Sri Simha Aditya sir from Bharatpur OCP, who can share a few words. What are the issues and what are the problems being faced at area level?
Good evening everyone. I am Aditya, Environment Officer, Bharatpur area. I want to share a brief about the works that we have done and the challenges that we are facing for better environment. The air quality in our mines is far better than most of the cities. I am not exaggerating, but thanks to various pollution control measures that we have undertaken and we are undertaking, from identifying the very source of dust generation, from drilling itself, wet drilling, surface manners, till dispatch of coal to the end user, with kilometers of closed conveyor belt. A couple of silos are coming up in entire Talcher coalfields and Ip coalfields. A fleet of fog cannons have been inducted. Road sweeping missions have been inducted. A separate coal corridor has been constructed. With all these pollution control measures, the air quality has drastically improved. And coming to the reclamation part, our external obidums, which are with respect to all the old mines, the almost all the external obidums have got completely self-sustained with very good growth of vegetation. At Bharatpur OCP, around 49.50 hectares of external OB dump was planted with native species, and the slopes have been sustained with good growth of herbs and shrubs and with grasses. For the society too, we are distributing fruit bearing plants every year. Thousands of fruit bearing plants are distributed through different areas to the surrounding villages, and Ahar Mandal is being developed. Coming to the issues, even though we are, in spite of stabilizing the dumps properly and taking a plantation, due to excess rainfall and all, there used to be some rills and gully formation, soil erosion is taking place. And since most of our mines have become very old, and they have advanced far from its inception, due to that multiple dumps have formed, and many infrastructure was there where the mine have started. So for that there had to be multiple crisscross roads, due to which there are many slopes left. So we want to hear from you a better solution to bring those slopes under green cover. We, a few environmental engineers, joined in 2014, and I can proudly say that when we joined, Talcher was a critically polluted area. CPCB released a list of critically polluted area on basis of CEPI score, Comprehensive Industrial Pollution Index. The CEPI score in 2012-14 to Talcher was around 76, and today the CEPI score is 46.43. It has dipped drastically, bringing Talcher out of critically polluted area. This is a result of our MCL's commitment and consistent efforts to improve our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now moving to our next slides, please. And whatever my counterpart Sri Aditya sir has said, you can see the greenery over here, over the beautiful silos and plantation taken nearby. Next. And it is a recharge aquifer from the South Quarry sump of Bharatpur area. Next. And this is the bird's eye view of reclaimed areas of Bharatpur, and it has been well reckoned by Ministry of Coal, and it has been shared also to the higher ministry level. Next. And these are what the environmental team are doing its best for controlling the dust measures that affect the nearby plantations. Wheel washing system, fog cannons, instant shower systems. Next. Yes, and then the retaining wall at the toe of the external OB dump to check the soil erosion. Next. Now, we not only implement on our side, but we also see the worldly examples, how those the reclamation can have another picture. We can see a video from the Costa Rica where it was a very barren land, and after dumping the orange peels from an agro industry, it drastically converted into a dense forest after 15 to 16 years. Can we have the video, please? Thank you. Now, our next slide, please. These are the plantation recently we have taken out at the Deolbera colliery of at the manager's office. You can see. And what valuable points we want from the expert team here. We conclude with the soil engineering methods facilitating adaptive conditions for plantation, matting techniques to preserve topsoil, steep slope, high-rise dump slope plantation techniques, development of polyhouse farming in MCL command areas, drone seeding in inaccessible areas, application of artificial intelligence and IOT on sustainable mining, branding MCL in the field of biological reclamation locally as well as globally, bringing smiles to all the local denizens with their inclusiveness, and development of revenue generating afforestation techniques. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to thank Shri Chilambaran sir, Shri Kumar Aditya sir, and Shri Kumar Partha Sarathi for the presentation and for showcasing the best practices that are being followed by MCL and how MCL has been pivotal in improving the air quality at Talcher Coalfield, and also discussing about the problems that are being faced by us and what are the expectations from our expert team, from our eminent speakers in this workshop. Thank you so much. Now moving on, our next presentation will be delivered by Professor Khanindra Pathak sir from IIT Kharagpur. It's my privilege to introduce Professor Khanindra Pathak sir. Professor Khanindra Pathak is serving as the professor at Department of Mining Engineering at IIT Kharagpur. He is also the Dean of Infrastructure. He is the Senior Vice President of Asset Management Society of India. He served in Neyvali Lignite Corporation, Tamil Nadu, and Surface Mining Division of CMPDIL before joining as lecturer at ISM Dhanbad in 1987. He did his PhD at Imperial College London as Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellow. He joined IIT Kharagpur in 2000 and served as a term of HOD in Mining Engineering Department. He also served as professor and HOD of Mining Engineering University of Technology at Leh PNG for 2 years. He was for 4 years independent director of Coal India Limited. He also served as chairman of Eastern Regional Committee of AICTE. Professor Pathak was also a member of the standardized committee formed by MOEF and CC, Government of India, for environment clearance of mining project. Sir is a well-known in the Indian mining industry, both coal and non-coal, for his number of R&D projects in constituency and training programs in emerging areas. Professor Pathak has received several awards. Some of them are Srimati Bala Tandon Award for the year 2007 and 8 from MGMI, Sir John Dunn Medal from MGMI for 2008 and 2009, Lifetime Achievement Award for Teaching and Research from Mining Institute and Engineering Journal in 2014. Because of his contribution in mining environment management in Indian mining industry, he was awarded the National Geoscience Award in 2014 by the President of India. So it's an honor that you are among us. I request sir to please proceed with his presentation. Please, sir. Please give a big round of applause for sir.
Good presentation. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman sir, Directors, Director of Finance, Director of Personnel, my colleagues, my old friends. I can see Garg is also there, and many of my mining industry friends whom we have met and from which I have learned a lot of things. And particularly here today when I am speaking and coming to talk about this post-mining site for community wealth. This is a title under which I will be very rapidly going through it. Though this type of meeting and gathering we planned about, I think it is more than 3 years ago with Mr. O.P. Singh sir, when we were discussing, we are exactly preparing a big environmental and mine closure related research project with some of the Australian universities and experts, but because of certain reason that did not come up. But today, while I'm standing here, I'm remembering in those days how we discussed. Even I think I still remember a lot of discussions with Singh Saab when regarding the safety, regarding environment, regarding many things. So thank you once again. I am invited here to talk on this. So I will not take much. Is it? Okay. So this is our exactly community wealth and capital and plural and democratic ownership of economy. That is a general overall thing. We will not go to the detail of the concepts, but what we will be talking mainly here, our community wealth building mission, that is mine closure. And when we talk about the mine closure, it is exactly, we'll have to talk about how local wealth creation and fair job and maximizing the potential of all places through working in the partnership with communities and business. Exactly, there is two things. When in 1996 I was introducing this subject for academic purposes about mine closure planning, and then from 2001 when I was talking about mine closure, few things did not come to my mind. Today, after this 20 years, and seeing the way the mine closure is taking, one question's come to our mind that we have been doing in our country mining for more than 100 years. Can we give an example that we have completed a mine? Always we say that mining is a temporary job. That is what we'll have to take it out and go out and then come back. But this completion is, that is what is the goal of mine closure. When we do the mine closure planning, our job is how we'll be completing a mining in one project channel, and we'll have to relinquish the mine. And relinquishing the mine means we are giving this land and all these things to a next custodian. So to that extent, whether our country's legal areas, that our regulations and laws are taking care of that, and that will have to be next place. So our this social community, next place, that community hub and not our exactly, I am taking the slides from my, this slide is not necessary, yes please. Now what is our community wealth as a social capital, intellectual capital, cultural capital and financial capital? That means whenever we are talking about our this a mine closure, and then we'll have to create the wealth for the nation, create the wealth for, today we are supporting with our coal produced, we are giving energy, we are doing over there. But thing is that when our mine will be closed at that time, how we can do about a creating wealth for the society. So next, these slides will be there, I will be just going through quickly. So now, our community capital, that how the social capital will be coming, that is our building up the next one please. So we will be taking this intellectual capital, cultural capital and financial capital. That means whether our community capital in our mining area, just like you are having a golf ground and that one after your mining will be closed, it will be coming. Then how the neighbors, how even that exactly whatever the facilities in the community is there, they are also a community capital. Next please. So now this community capital, when they go, that it will be leading to some different type of intellectual capital will be coming. So that means in next please. Now next. So this our intellectual capital, that will be in our human capital, structural capital and relational capital, how it will be leading to our knowledge, ability, behavior, technological, organizational and customer. So next please, quickly go through this. Our community capital will not, because we will be going to some different aspects of it. Now this capital, next please, next please, next. Now this exactly, when we will be creating a community hub, we will be talking about that how our local community will be coming to our mine closure and the post mining site development. So we had been talking about that creating forestry, creating some of the cultural unit, creating some educational unit, creating some business unit. For that, we'll have to create a community hub. So that's why near the mining, how now already we are having that CSR and we are having this environmental management plan. That CSR and environmental management plan will have to be combined together. Please, next please. Now this, where we talk about in our this sustainability goal, we had been talking about this circular economy. That means how the waste will be converted to wealth. Now in that circular economy, whether you have been already this waste generated in a surface mining is the overburden. We have been doing, as that the beautiful slides and beautiful the performance report given, it is a very encouraging that we are now converting that waste dump into a greenery. We are also trying that how it will be, the forest is getting generated. Now that forest will have to be made a food forest, so that that otherwise what we are having as a waste, that will be contributing to the local economy by making it utility. So where it is becoming that waste will have to become wealth. There are certain things that have we done proper characterization of the rock there? Do we have something usable material lying? Today when I was walking in this Basundhara OCP and all, I found there are some very good rocks, stones. I picked up few things because you can develop pigment out of it. If you see in some of that old this palace and all, you have got beautiful painting. Those paintings were made out of some of this, that your stones, and then some of the leaves from their natural this color were extracted. Today I found there are beautiful, that for yellow color, for red color, two different types of rocks were lying over there. So that means such type of things are there. Even it may be a small scale. And you know, in Odisha, there is a very strong heritage of their art and culture. Some of the patachitra that which are made, if using this color and can be made, and that ancient, that folk drama things can be brought in an institutionalizations, that community wealth will be generated, where this waste will be utilized. Maybe a very small things, but it will be bringing a cultural bondage with that, and that whatever the cultural heritage this place is having, next place, we can bring it this. Then community wealth building in post mining closer scenario will require. I am finding one thing, I think they have picked up the wrong presentations. May I take a stop here that I see now, they are taking a, just 1 minute please. Okay. Up wrong, इनको दिखाया है, हमको दिखाने दीजिए.
There is some technical problem with the presentation, so we'll move forward with our next presentation. Our next presentation is on development of food forest and social forestry by involving peripheral villages. It will be presented by farmer Samir Bardole, ecological farming expert, Secretary General, Spread Northeast, Assam. It's my honor to introduce sir to this forum. He is the founder of Compassionate Natural Farming and Green Commandos concept and co-founder of Society for Promotion of Rural Economy and Agricultural Development, Northeast. Sir is an expert in mixing the scientific skills with the traditional practices to develop into a nature-friendly approach. He is living the life of a natural farmer. It is very encouraging to see Sir who uses farmer before his name and would like to get recognized as a farmer. He founded the Green Commandos to attract youths to natural farming and has created 786 Green Commandos till June 2022, which started from 2018. He has co-created more than 15 self-sustained villages based on compassionate natural farming practices and innovative food processing and agro-tourism ways to offer market-led extension services to the farmers. He has trained more than 1 lakh farmers and 30,000 school children in this field. He has been recognized with many awards, and some being Ashoka Fellowship in 2019, Krishak Kalakar Honor in 2021, Indian Agriculture Research Institute's Best Innovative Farmer of the Country Award in 2019, Krishok Ratna Award in 2018, Best Agripreneur of the Country Award in 2017, conferred by Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, Pragati Puraskar in 2016 for Organic Farming, conferred by ICAR and AIASA. He is the former member of Board of Management, Assam Agriculture University. With this, I request Sir to proceed with the presentation. Please, Sir.
Okay. Is my mic working? I'm audible? Okay. Good evening. Can I hear you? Good evening. Okay. Thank you, MCL, for giving this platform for a farmer to speak about a journey which I have taken for the last 15 years, thinking about how we can give it back to the nature also when we take from nature. So it is more about compassionate natural farming, where we think about how also we involve all the communities, all the people, even the children, how we go together and we create a beautiful world for us. God has given us so many things. Today, I thank MCL for giving me this opportunity to visit some sites. And I would like to thank the whole team who has made so difficult derelict ground into so greenery also. Can you have an applause for the whole team which you have done this? And what I observed is, it's not only you. There's even the God thinking about, okay, how we create this beautiful world into, again, lush green thing. So what we found today was a beautiful wild basil plant growing, and then it was growing by itself, and then lakhs and lakhs of these plants are coming there. So this is how, and we saw a grass which on the slopes they were growing by itself and they were bearing some seeds. So that is how nature has the power to make something again beautiful, which we, for humans, some kind of human necessities we have taken from nature. So this is such a beautiful initiative where we are thinking about how we give it back to you. So for you, I am a case study. I'm just going to tell you the story of how we are working, and there will be some things which we think we can incorporate together, and we think about how we move ahead. Yeah. I think this is not working, right? Yeah, okay. So what I think, nature only has the power to do something from nothing. We human can assist nature only. For example, I told you that these wild basil plants are growing. Now it is my duty as a farmer or a human being is to spread it to more places, how we take it to more places. But the way, what to grow, how to grow, is something where we will find where we are there in the ground. When we explore, when we look at that, then we'll find that there are ways. For example, the birds, I found so beautiful birds today in some of your places, and there is something, a very good sign of life coming back. And then when I think about those birds, I think about they eat the fruits, they cannot digest the seed, they litter the seed, and the plant again comes. Everything in this whole world is regenerative. So it's very important that we human who has got this intellect, and we have developed the intellect, we also think about, okay, I cannot ask you to go and open defecate like the birds, right? But I can ask you, like, let's make our hands green so that we can do something where we can involve our kids, how they go out and how they do it. Seed bombing is something which is like the birds, how we can do it. You are doing it, and I'm going to say you some experiences which we have also done, where we can incorporate some more. See, the whole, we are nobody to build the soil again. It is the plant itself which will build the soil again. So we can just assist them and think about how we grow this beautiful mycorrhizal population on the underground of the ground, where the roots will attach the mycorrhiza fungus, and how this will spread into this very wide web where you see again nature coming back to this whole soil, right? We have to think about it. Yeah, you can change the slide. I'm showing you pictures from my food forest, which for the last 6 years, I am living inside a forest. I live in a bamboo hut. And I live inside the forest, and it was a very derelict ground. And we have now created this into a beautiful forest. And the concept of food forest, it is written, and you might be thinking, what is a food forest? Actually, food forest is something where we are trying to grow our native food wisdom inside the forest. It's not tempering the food crops too much. If the forest can grow like this, why not the food crops? And when you want to grow something naturally, it has to be your natural or the local food wisdom. Can I ask you to close your eyes for 1 minute and think about that local indigenous fruit or the food which your grandma gave you when you were in the villages, which ignites you, which excites you, and I think it is also mouth-watering. Can you do that? For a minute, just think about that local fruit or food item which brings water to your mouth and which also takes you back to your grandma. Yes, sir? I start with you. Can you name one, sir? Both. Right? There, sir, you? Mango. Okay. From that side? Jamun. Right? Local. Okay. Mango, jamun, guava, jackfruit. Right? So these are the things which I think are co-evolving with us. Food. So there are some food which are co-evolving with us. We are evolving together with the food. And whenever we go out of our local food wisdom, God has given us food to eat wherever He has given us bath. I'm in Assam. I have got different, very sticky to aromatic to every kind of rice from bamboo shoot. Today I was interacting with so many women in the villages, and they were telling me, and there is so much beautiful connection, like, so bamboo shoot. So that amaranth leaves. So they were all excited when you talk about the local. But I feel as a farmer, that there is something where we are not allowed to grow with our native food wisdom. We don't grow with the native food wisdom, and we are sensitized to some kind of food which we don't have the control. Mainly, I saw this beautiful video where you have shown that how you are initiating the seed saving movement, how you are trying to keep the seeds. So it's so important that I know as a farmer, my independence as a farmer is keeping my own seeds for the next year. How I keep my own seeds for the next year. And when we want to develop some land into beautiful lush green thing, so it is something, that seed, which is very native to that place. So today only when we were visiting sir and me, we did an exercise with the women group there, around 25 of them. And I was just asking them, आँख बंद करके, आपको जैसे बोला वैसे ही बोला कि आँख बंद करके सोचिए आपको कौन सा ऐसा खाना याद आता है या तो कौन सा प्लांट याद आता है. So we got a list of items, which is something where we have to think about. Okay, when we want to rebuild this whole ground into a lush green thing, we have to think about how we prepare a beautiful biodiversity register of that place. And that is possible if we involve the people around us, involve the local people there, and then involve them in identifying how we can go ahead. Okay, so my 15 years of journey, I call myself farmer, and everybody was telling that I feel proud to do that, because I feel studying agriculture, doing all kind of studies and research in agriculture, getting a job in the government of Arunachal Pradesh as an agricultural officer, I opted to leave the job and become a farmer. And when I became a farmer, I understood that, okay, food is the biggest business. Nobody sleeps without food. But be honest, how many of you dream your kids to be farmers? In this whole country, the biggest budget for the country is the agricultural budget. So many things are done. But can you dream your kids to be farmers? I asked my professors in the agricultural university also, sir, can you dream your kids to be farmers? You teach me agriculture. So then we have to understand that what is happening actually. The mismatch I was talking about, glamorizing some food crops where we don't have the control, glamorizing some kind of even plants and trees which is not native to my place, where I am not co-evolving with that plant. And those native plants has got so beautiful characteristics to develop the whole microbial population by themselves. They communicate through the mycorrhizal network. आप तो बोलेंगे कि इस पागल से आज बात कर रहे हैं कि ये पेड़ भी बात करते हैं. They communicate with each other. This beautiful mycorrhizal whole network, it helps them to communicate, share, and they live together. The big plant with more sunlight, they produce some more starch to photosynthesis, and they give it to the small fungi to take it to the baby plant which has come because the birds have dropped the seeds and the baby plant is coming. So there's a mother plant also. So we have to understand this, and that is how we are trying to empower young people in the villages, in the urban areas, any kind of studies they have done. We are trying to empower them to be farmers. For example, when I write farmer in front of my name, I feel that if doctors and engineers, everybody is so proud of writing their profession in front of them, I feed them all. Why should I sigh? Why should I be sigh that I am a farmer? So this is something, it is very important that we glamorize the profession of farming. We bring more young people to this, and that is how we are working there. And to do this, to make profit in farming, I understood that it has to be very local. Agriculture is, agri means soil, and culture is culturing the soil, but I take it like soil and culture that makes into our beautiful villages. And then when young people from the soil goes out of the villages, the culture of the village or the culture of the place disintegrates. So it's so important that we build some very beautiful green villages, and to make profit in this, or to be very proud about farming, I have to think about how I'm not dependent on a seed which is costing me 50,000 rupees a kg. They make the seed packet small. I can buy it, but if I calculate, it's like 50,000 to 1 lakh rupees kg for a seed. And then again, when I plant the seed, so the whole value chain I'm dependent on something to buy every time. I have to think about, okay, how I till the soil every time. So this is something where we have to look at how we do natural farming. It's more about mimicking the nature. Living in the forest for last 5-6 years, developing this forest, I have learned something very practical from the nature, because it's a big book. Like the basil plant and the grass seeds today taught me that, okay, life is possible here, and here life is possible, where we don't have to think about how we bring so much of hybrid guavas and other kind of trees and plant it, but how beautifully your team is also doing. They're talking about native seeds and native plants. I think this is something where we can do it, and we can do it naturally. Water conservation is important, so food forest is a model where we have multi-storied cropping pattern, where we don't remove the grasses, we don't remove the shrubs which are not needed. We have a top layer also, so the evaporation is also checked, the runoff is also checked, and then it so beautifully regulates and makes a very beautiful microclimate there to grow the other plants to grow. For example, if you look at God's creation, have you seen the banana plants? What happens in the northeast when I go to very deep Manipur and border of Myanmar to work with the farmers there, I find that it's like nothing is there, all rocks. Deforestation for timber and everything has gone very big. So many people cultivate so much of like other crops like poppies and all, so there are so many things happening in the border. But what I find is, the wild banana plants, you cannot eat the bananas, but they grow by themselves. Then I could realize that is God's own drip irrigation system, because the banana plants hold so much of water. And once the banana plant comes, you will see the shrubs and grasses growing by itself. So I think these are something which we have to mimic from nature, and that's how we have to do our thing. So coexistence. It's not only us. I told you about the birds coming back to your beautiful land. Now, I was moving around today to find out कि एक सांप तो मुझे मिल जाए, right? So the snakes coming back. So when it will be cool, I think the snakes will also come back, and then you will find that human, we don't have to be so selfish that we only have to be living. We also don't forget that we are also an animal of the planet, and we live together with other animals also. This coexistence is so important. So in my food forest, what happens is, I coexist together with wild elephants. We have leopards. Earlier it was not there, but when we started planting yams को हिंदी में अरबी बोलते हैं सर? अरबी, right? Yams. So when we started planting yams inside the forest, we just have to go and put the yam there, and it grows by itself. No rocket science in growing native trees. It grows by themselves, right? So what we found, that we were finding some porcupines coming first to eat the yams at night. Following the porcupines, the wild boars started coming. And now following the wild boars, I have so many leopards there in the whole system. So the whole thing is balanced. And that ecological balance we have to think about. Otherwise what happens is, the common monkey becomes so highly populated कि वो तो हमारे घर से भी चावल लेके चले जाते थे. But because there is a tree growing now, and the tree has got a berry which is so loved by the beautiful golden langurs. And when this golden langurs come, the other monkeys are scared. So it is balanced. Sir will be telling more about this whole thing which we were talking about. There are so many things which we can balance it. And this coexistence is something which we have to develop in this beautiful area where we can develop it. Conservation, we know, naturally inherited, because while I was talking to the women today, when I was talking about this whole natural practices, they were like, we took only 1 to 2 minutes to be together. Like we were like, okay, they were not thinking I'm from somewhere out, and we got together. And that is only because whatever I'm talking to them was something which they have naturally inherited. It is like technology has to be there, but technology has to also depend on how best those people can absorb it. How best they can relate it to their own evolution, and how it is more inherited, okay? And when I talk about this local things, this is a market identity. I'll give you a simple example. Lots of wild elephants come at night in my food forest. And we plant bamboos like you are planting bamboos here. Bamboo are the most eco-friendly crop, and today though I got more confidence about bamboo because it's growing in so beautifully in those areas. So the elephant comes, and what happens is they break the bamboo and they eat the tender top part of the bamboo. First though the human mind, intellect mind, ye mera dushman hai, right? It's breaking my bamboo. Then suddenly it came to our head that bamboo, actually the elephant is breaking, it's eating the top part of the bamboo, but it is making me accessible to pluck the very tender bamboo leaves. Now the community is working with me creating food forests. What they do is, they pluck this bamboo leaves, cut it into small pieces, dry it in the sun, no rocket technology. They just dry it in the sun, and we make into a herbal drink. A beverage, hot beverage, bamboo leaf tea, highest silica content, good for your hair growth, bone density, immunity building. And now this whole women group working with us exports this bamboo leaf tea at 5,000 rupees per kg. Low volume and high value products. And there women group are okay because sir बहुत सारा काम है आजकल तो today also when we went they were busy like doing that rural livelihood mission का काम plus at home they have so many things to do, so ये काम तो easy है sir. We just can cut the pieces, we can dry it, and we make it into a very beautiful herbal drink, and it is low volume and high value product, easy to transport and easy to grow. You are doing something good for the climate and then you are doing it. अभी ये जो टूटा हुआ जो bamboo है, वो जो bamboo टूटा हुआ रह गया, so what we do is we just bring it and we cut it into small pieces, make a pit of 1 feet by 1 feet size, depth also 1 feet. We make it like a slanting pit here, and then the winter days farmers will burn it and they will be warm, and उसके बाद जब जलता है पूरा, उसके बाद what we will do is we'll just take a jute bag, wet it in water, cover the fire, white smoke will come out, उसको फटाफट बंद करते हैं. Every kid is involved because they love it. When we do chemical farming and other kind of farming, we just chase away the kids, but here the kid is coming by himself and they have fun. उसको close कर देते हैं, तो उस पे क्या होता है, फिर से bamboo का charcoal बन जाता है नीचे. We make this bamboo charcoal, and at night when we keep it for 24 to 48 hours in the soil, the beautiful mycorrhiza comes to the pore spaces of the bamboo, and then we just powder it and make it into a product. It's called bamboo biochar fertilizer, which we sell at 700 rupees per kg. So this coexistence, the elephants are also there, but they're giving me the leaf to be made into a low volume and high value products, and also we get some livelihood for the farmers where they can absorb it, they can evolve together, okay? Another most important thing is this bamboo leaf tea is a market identity for me in the whole international market. If I bring dragon fruits, I make again concrete post. Dragon fruit is like stylish, you know, everybody likes to do that, but when they taste it, say, ये तो मजा नहीं, वो गाँव का जो berry था वही ज़्यादा tasty था. But it is so sensitized that we do it, we'll put concrete post and everything, and after that we know that this market, so I don't have in my control, I have to depend on somebody where I have to think about how to market this, where to market this. But if you have a local thing from your place, this is something which gives us a market identity also, okay? And the most important thing for all of us today is a life which is very active, but it should be slow. Slow and active living has become style now. People love to live this slow and active living. I'll just tell you this story. I'm an Asoka fellow, and my fellowship is being given by a Switzerland-based organization, and they have too much of Japanese employees working with them. So now what we have a contract is, they're asking me, take my 10 numbers every year, you take my employees and keep them in your forest for 1 month just to slow down, and we are going to pay you handsomely. Because what is happening is, too much of dependence on all gadgets and technologies and everything has made the mind so fast that if something very small also happens, they commit suicide. the behavioral change. Our kids, everybody, we are keeping our kids. Okay, we know that we are giving them very good life, AC hai, concrete, everything is there, car is very beautiful. But what we are not being able to give them is what you got in your childhood with your father when you were in your paddy fields. Right? When you were moving around. So we deprive them from that, and that results in a nature deficit syndrome. I call it a nature deficit syndrome, where it comes into a behavioral change. जब आपको देखेंगे कि आप बहुत ही you are very everybody now when we go to our kids एक अंदर में डर लगा रहता है इसको बोलेंगे तो ये रिएक्ट कैसे कर जाएगा. Right? We fear that our kids will be like, their behavioral changes is because of too much of pressure, and also because nature is so limited for them. It's all created nature. So I think happiness index is something where we have to think about at the end of the day, am I happy? Can you change the slide please? Okay, so I'll just go on first and showing you how just these are all turmeric and the forest together where we grow. Drumstick, for example, you know drumsticks? See, they are tall trees. Look at the nature's way of doing it. Tall trees, to harvest, you have to cut a branch. Otherwise, you cannot harvest that. But God has made it like this. You cut the branch, no need of any kind of treatment or something, just you usko jamin mein gaad dijiye, the plant comes again. So it's so naturally built that you just harvest it, take the drumstick and put it again. So it's something very beautiful. So what we do is we go to the forest, wherever we go. I have a group of young people called Green Commandos. I'm talking about that. So we will just put it like this and they grow nicely. So those kind of local crops, and they grow. And this turmeric, we're not going to harvest the full turmeric because I don't want to disturb the soil very much, because it doesn't belong to me, it belongs to my kids. Like I take a book from you and I think about कि okay, इसको बहुत अच्छे से उनको वापस करना है. Even the soil we are using is something which is our kids, and we have to give it back to them very nicely. So what we do is we just harvest half of the turmeric and keep it like that only. Half वो side से turmeric निकाल लेते हैं, good. And everything which you do in the forest, marketing is so beautiful nowadays because social media is so easy. So you can create beautiful stories. And these stories lead you to the whole world market, right? So forest turmeric with high curcumin percentage, immunity building, right? Good skin. So many stories can be built which helps in the market. And the most important thing is the climate has changed. The agricultural calendar has changed because of the climate change. Right? There are so many different things happening nowadays. We planted this crop in this part of the time, but now it is different. So what happens is when in the forest itself, it is undisturbed, the turmeric is there. Whenever the rain comes, today this time we had early rains. So this is a recent photo, the turmeric came by itself. Whole 30 acre of forest, I have only 3 people we work together. It's not labor intensive because we allow more nature to facilitate how it grows, right? Can you change the slide please? Yeah. So this is the whole mix. It's not only the turmeric, I'm showing you how with the forest, how it grows together. So it is incorporating food inside the forest to grow wild, which makes it into a food forest. Okay, next slide. When you talk about agriculture, it is more about, even my agricultural books taught me that, okay, if you want to plant something, you have to eradicate the weeds. They call it weeds. But for me, weeds are something where the scientists have not found the importance of the plant, right? So they also have a very beautiful way. This is the most, this is a grass which I have seen here also. It grows very well. People say that we cannot grow it, but we grow turmeric and very local kind of chilies. Very spicy chilies inside, and we have to grow. Only thing is, if it is not a forest and it is your farm or the homestead, then what you have to do is, you just have to make very simple microbial solutions and just sprinkle it. Land will take care of this. So farming is not a science of eradication. We have to think about how we coexist and grow together. It also conserves so much of moisture. Water usage is so much reduced, right? Next please. I don't have to tell you about this beautiful like mycorrhizal network. I told you that plants They take the sunlight and make the starch and give it to the mycorrhiza. We see this mushroom coming. It's only the way the mycorrhiza shows us that okay, there is a very beautiful, like our internet, there is a web inside where every plant is connected to each other, and this is something which has to be built to the soil, and it is very easy. I told you the bamboo biochar. We can train the people in the peripheral area here how you make cut bamboos into this biochar, and just bring one handful of cow dung, and then you take 1 kg of biochar into 20 liters of water, and for the starch, when you boil rice, so the rice gruel comes. So just mix 1 liter of that rice gruel and mix it and put it into the soil. So it's no money. Only thing is, we have to create their interest, we have to motivate them, let's do it something, because biochar they are using, again something can be packed into beautiful products and can be marketed so that they are getting some livelihood out of that also, which they have interest, and then we can do together. Okay, next please. So when you maintain after 4 years, now the food forest, see the pineapples growing. So my horticulture professors come to my farm and says कि ये तुम क्या कर रहा है जंगल, अभी बोलते हैं कि yeah, this is the way we have to go, like it's growing. They grow together and they help each other. Okay, next please. I told you keeping seed is our freedom, and there are so many beautiful ways the farmers keep their own seeds. So we have to just take the traditional knowledge wisdom. Every villages we are working here also, you can think about how we built a beautiful seed and the knowledge wisdom. It's not only the seeds, but with the seeds to the feeds, there's so many beautiful traditional knowledge wisdom that has to be captured, and we can make wisdom library. Rather than me going and saying farmer ki okay aap yahan pe ye laga do, wo laga do. Today I was asking them yahan pe kya grow hoga, and they were showing me ki these are the crops which will grow very nicely here. So we just have to develop it. The knowledge is there only. We just have to make it grow there. Okay, next please. I told you about the coexistence. This is like the bamboo leaf. Now this is elephant apple. It is growing. I have seen here also plants which grows wild, and it's the favorite fruit of the elephants. So they eat and they throw many. We just pick up the thrown ones, cut it into small pieces. Again, one herbal drink, low volume and high value products. Very good slimming tea. And you can market it to the whole world, right? It gives you an identity. Next please. So what we follow is one model which I call conservation of the local food wisdom or the native crops, native trees. Then we consume it because nutritionally our people has to be strong. So it's like you have developed that circular buddy system, we call it buddy, right? Homestead gardens. So beautiful homestead gardens where you practice it, then you eat it, consume it, nutrition. And then we think about how we commercialize it, but commercializing in our case has to go in a community enterprise mode. Because if you go to our villages and the farmers, our risk-bearing capacity compared to many business communities is very less when you talk about the farmers. So it has to be a beautiful community enterprise like the Thailand model where you go to the rural Thailand and you see that how this beautiful community enterprises are working. Am I taking too much of time, sir? Is it okay? Okay. Next please. Who will do this? I told you that if the young people move out of this, out of nature, so somebody has to come back. So when I started doing farming, and I found lots of interns came and were working with me. But rural youths or nobody were interested. जब हम बोलते थे कि चलो किसानी करते हैं, फार्मर बनते हैं, किसी को इंटरेस्ट नहीं था. तो एक दिन बहुत ही नागालैंड के एक बहुत अंदर वाले गांव पे काम कर रहे थे, एक छोटा सा ट्राइब के लिए हम वहाँ पे उनके सॉइल को रिक्लेम करके हम बगीचे बना रहे थे, होमस्टेड गार्डन्स. सो आई वाज हैविंग 4 people with me, young guys. So we had to travel in bikes. The roads were not there, very difficult. Even bikes का भी वो लाल वाला मिट्टी है जिसका हमको पूरा हटाना पड़ता है तभी जाके वो घूमता है, इतने कीचड़ थे. So we went there, and this one guy, he was holding a chart paper holder like this, or he was on the other bike, I was on the other bike. He asked me, how do I look, sir? So I said, you look like a commander, because 15 days in the village, and that was a very disturbed place where 2 communities, हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में थोड़ा बंदूक उठा लेते हैं, तो So that kind of communities were there. So we were existing in between that. So I said, you are looking like a commando and you are walking like a commando. And itne greenery mein green commando. That is the day when I termed this word, and it became so viral. Facebook mein de dete hain green commandos. They don't want to become farmers, but they want to become green commandos. Ultimately, what we are doing is sensitizing that they come, they pay. We don't ask anybody money. We don't implement any project. What we do is we just advertise on the Facebook and social media and बहुत youths के साथ बात करते हैं colleges में और हर जगह में. And I tell them, man, they pay me 4,000 rupees for 3 days from their pocket to just become a green commando. And when they do this, they know that okay, this is something, and they are the वो filter बहुत जरूरी है, right? When you have the ability to pay something to become something or to learn something, I think that is the best way to filter people, where you find that these are the people who can be actually green commandos are nothing but they are all social entrepreneurs. How they go into the village, make a community, because our small, marginal, all tribal farmers, they cannot come to the market. So how I replace the present middleman by a green commando, where he is more sensitive and he takes a small profit for his sustenance, but he makes a beautiful story and a community enterprises. For example, one girl working with me now was in the fashion industry. She was with the Lakme Fashion Week. With COVID, she came back. She has all the knowledge about the market and everything how to do. Only thing she doesn't have is land and place to do it. So what we have done is we have clubbed rural and the urban, that lady green commandos. This is one example. We have many of them. So what they have started now is called a slow fashion concept center in the village. What is slow fashion concept center? This is Eri silk. If you know about Eri, it's called Ahimsa silk. It's a worm which makes the whole thread, the cocoon. And then they grow haldi and this teakwood which you are growing here. And this teakwood color becomes very beautiful pink natural dye. I have seen in your mining areas also now, I have seen this futki growing. I call it futki, sir. I don't know the scientific name. Yeah. So this crop grows. This also become a natural dye. So they involve the women to do this, and they make some beautiful product like the Eri cloth, the organic mustard, and they bring back that beautiful pillow for the babies. Mustard pillow for the babies with Eri, and then dipped in natural color, healing cloth, and they sell it one pillow at 5,000 rupees a piece. We don't have to make our farmers who are in the village in a very slow. I'm a very proud, lazy and slow farmer of Northeast. And that is our USP in India actually. We can be like that. And that is something the whole world is seeking now. How we slow down. Because चावल जब हम वो powder करते हैं to make some products like we make pitha or some cakes. So when you do it with the foot grinder or the hand grinder, it becomes more beautiful and tasty. But when you use the mixer grinder, it doesn't come up, right? So the quality of slow and active living is very beautiful. So this women in the village, I cannot ask her, okay, I'm giving you a power loom. I have a CSR from this organization, so I'm giving you a power loom. आप क्या एक बनाते हो, आप 10 बना दो. But this lady has got her own life. So instead of this, what we do is, आपका जैसा है वैसा ही बनाओ, लेकिन मैं दुनिया को लेके आता हूँ आपके गांव में through agro tourism. Now they do silk tourism, where people, all designers come there in the village, they absorb the story and they take it to the market. और एक पिलो 5,000 rupees में सेल हो जाता है. Low volume and high value. Like Bhutan is filtering out Indian people now in our borders, right? How make it costly so that less people come to throw the chips packet and the beer bottles, right? So that is how we can think about. Yeah. So these are the green commandos whom we bring for in our farm, keep them in the forest. सब आप जैसे सबके जैसे बच्चे हैं, सब माँ के गोद से आते हैं, very उनको out of the comfort zone रखते हैं. जय जवान जय किसान जो है, वो किसान का लाइफ भी एक आर्मी जैसा ही होता है. सुबह से शाम तक उनको वो पूरा डिसिप्लिन में सिखाते हैं, दोहराते हैं, भगाते हैं. 1 मिनट लेट आने से 10 स्क्वाट लगवा देते हैं. But they enjoy that. They enjoy that, and after that they go back and they make it into a beautiful thing. And the reflections. रात को I have a program called Forest Bath, where I take these young guys to the forest at night for 20 minutes. I keep them inside the forest, no lights, with all animals and all around, And after that जब आते हैं तो what I find is a very dangerous thing happening in the mindset of the young generation now. सब आके जो हम campfire करके जब वो खोलते हैं, I find every kid has a very like there's a cold war between him and the parents. 80%, sir. I find that there is a cold war between the kid and the parents. And it is might be because of the race which we are running for this materialistic whole world which we want to sustain our kids, and in somehow the kids are feeling that we are left alone in this run. And we the happiness index again comes. Okay, next slide please. I'll go first. So this has to go to the schools. This is something which we do in the schools now, where we give an activity-based learning model for the rural schools, where our green commandos, by training youth from the villages, we implant them to go to the school and train those kids in an activity-based learning model how to grow a school food forest first, where at least they get some greens which are local for their midday meal. They grow it themselves. Otherwise, the budget for the midday meal is like they only get dal and some kind of rice. If the headmaster is good, they get a potato. Right? But learning to grow by themselves, they become so beautifully attracted to it, and they learn it. And they do many. Now my schools have got their own branded products. And I just want to say you that once I had a challenge from one of my friends who wanted to develop a farm in Rajasthan. It was like all desert, and he asked me, okay, I have to grow the Alfonso mango in this desert. So it was a big challenge for me, like Alfonso mango ko uga ke to. We did it. How is like we just made the pit, and these kids, one school supplied around 4 lakhs rupees of compost and vermicompost which we made. We took it there into Rajasthan. We put 30 kg of that, put a tissue culture there. He wanted tissue culture, Alfonso mango. And I think 2 years back, we had the first Alfonso mango of Rajasthan. And that is grown by this kids' positive energy, right? How we grow into this, right? Okay, so this can be a beautiful, because at class 6, 7, 8 level, we are taught about everything, business, agriculture, food, everything. So it becomes a very beautiful activity-based learning model. So we are now working in 150 schools in the Northeast through the network of Green Commandos, because this Green Commandos, this is also a building youths and the children together, how we can build a nature lift. Okay, next please. So now this, after the kids, when the kids start growing in the schools, mothers will automatically come because they see the difference. When they bring money out of this compost, one of my school, the UCO Bank has put a thumb impression ATM machine in the principal's room now. Because kids bring money out of this waste, how we make waste into wealth, and they earn money. So now this, when the money comes, mothers also come in and we start developing the homestead food forest. And when we call food forest, it has to be like mix of crops. You see the yams, the gingers, top level, and we make into a small sporadic forest in the villages where they grow it. We can also think about how we grow community food forest in the villages. Okay, next please. So these are again the women group. They find it very easy because the whole concept which give is they don't have to buy anything. It's not like, okay, we bring again curd and milk and mix it to make into some microbial solution. It is more like the bamboo waste, biochar. Even the termite hill soil in the forest has got so much of protein. So why should we put again gram flour there, because it has to be bought by the farmers. So we go to the nature, we find this termite hill soil, and it will give so much of proteins for the microbes to grow, and then we grow on that. Okay, next please. So these are all burn and slash areas. Now this, if you see these patches, these are households, and this is multi-storied, all forest type, food forest being developed. And once you develop this village, now the income for the farmer is coming more because urban people wants to come to this village. They come and the agro-tourism starts. So the agro-tourism starts. Now we are making simple, very traditional bamboo huts in the village only, where the urban जो nature deficit syndrome वाले बच्चे जो है, क्योंकि हम Saturday को time मिल गया तो आज आकर लेके फिर उनको inox में ही डाल देते हैं, with more sound pollution, right? And then we have this option कि okay, we go to this beautiful place, And where आज मैंने जो देखा वहाँ पे तो इतना सुंदर है पानी के पास. I'm with Bora sir, we are trying to take a small area where we want to develop this, and I was telling him we can develop this into a very beautiful agro-tourism site where people look at okay, एक derelict ground को how beautiful they are made, right? People can come and kids can learn. So next please. Bio inputs can be manufactured. जो use करते हैं, that can be surplus, can be again made into something where we take it into the livelihood, which can be sustainable. No money needed. Only थोड़ा सा training वगैरह करके उनको motivate कर देते हैं. So then they come into a product which they can sell by themselves. Okay, next please. Homestead. See, when the soil is not, when I know that my soil needs some time to be rebuilt. So what is there for just collecting the dry leaves and raising the bed and growing above the soil? What is there in just making compost at home? I just raise the bed with 6 inches of dry leaves which I collect, and above that I give a 3 inches layer of compost I make and I grow it. And then you see after 2 years the other soil which was not good also grows with so much of microbes and we can grow it. So I am showing you this whole model of bio-intensive raised beds. How we make the raised beds. थोड़ा बम्बू लगा के जब सुंदर कर देते हैं तो क्या होता है वो बच्चा जो PUBG खेल रहा है वो भी आके वहाँ पे he also comes into the garden. He likes to come to the garden and he likes to spend some time with the garden. Like it also gives the beautification of the household. Next please. So this story I want to tell you because this was an area which was very remote and it was nothing there, so we started creating those food forests. And then one day I found that there is no doctor and they told me that sir यहाँ पे तो many people are dying. So the vehicle which I went to that place told me that okay, more than 15 kids are born in my vehicle, sir. So again we have to write it to a system. So when the Prime Minister is talking about creating self-reliant and Atmanirbharshil farmers, so I thought that okay, what? So it reminded me of my class 12-11 में हम लोग वो वियतनाम वॉर के pictures देखते थे. तो वहाँ पे वो bamboo वाला Red Cross का hospital बहुत होता था. So that thing came into my mind, and I just proposed to the community, आप एक bamboo का एक clinic बना दो. And what we'll do is, you have so beautiful village, you have something to sow. Even like for your place, like making transition to a land is also something which people want to love to see. It's not that only green thing people want to see, but how you are doing the rejuvenation is also something where we can put into learnings for many people. तो हमने क्या करते हैं डॉक्टर्स के लिए एग्रो टूरिज्म शुरू कर दिया. So doctors are very busy. Saturday and Sunday you can come to the village. We'll give you the village life, culture. Your kids can move around, local food, community feast. But the only thing what you have to do is you have to give me 2 hours of your day for my farmers. अभी जिस गांव पे कोई भी doctors नहीं था, we are getting doctors from Germany and other countries also coming and staying in the village. And वो एक just Facebook का post और Instagram का एक post में काम हो जाता. So it connects the world, right? Next please. Education, sometimes I feel that education is also somehow responsible for taking the farmer's kid away of farming. Right? So what happens is, they go out of the village for education, they get 60% of them land up unemployed. And they don't want to come back to farming again because they feel that now I need a white collar job. Right? So what we are trying to do is now we are trying to develop some skill where we mix both formal education and the agricultural skills. It might be bamboo somewhere, it might be farming, it might be something where we can mix it together and how we create into very informal way of also giving them education. So that's how we are creating those community skill-based learning centers. Okay, next please. Processing centers. I told you about those stories. This is the, if you see the color, there's a crop called roselle, hibiscus. So that grows wild. आप फेंक दो तो बढ़िया से होगा. Brooms के बीच में. That reminds me of that where the land which I have visited today. I find when bamboos are growing, we can also grow broom grasses there. Right? I don't know that whether first year or second year we should go for edible crops or not. Looking at that, if there is some kind of toxic, something coming to the food, we have to go through a study. But apart from that, we have to think about how we grow dyes which are growing naturally. The tulsi, which is तुलसी प्यूरिफाई करते हैं यार, इसलिए भगवान ने वहां पे इतना सारा रखा है कि ओके लेट्स प्यूरिफाई द एयर. somebody was talking about how we purify the air, right? Nature is showing us the way, so we can grow this rosal tea. So packaging is as you gave me the salt, we gave this gamusa, so we just pack it in gamusas, again another self-help group, and it becomes a international product now, low volume high value, 5,000 rupees a kg, right? Okay, so this can be, so that has to be community, like sun drying. Sometimes we can think about some solar dryers, if they develop the habit. It's very important not to give them the things until and unless they develop the habit. So my whole way of doing it is, let's go do it, and when we develop this habit, then okay, now we can link them with some kind of technologies which they can take forward. Okay, next please, I'll be first. Agro-tourism, I told you about this. When we make those villages, people want to come, and that is extra earning for the communities, and they are more, when it is extra earning, they are more motivated. तब तो we don't need them to motivate कि आओ यहाँ पे planting करते हैं, वो लोग खुद ही आएंगे. Sir, हम लोग all Saturday plantation करते हैं. They will take the responsibility and they will grow on that. It is not that we have to say some contractors कि यार वो आदमी लोगों को लेके आओ तब हो जाके हम लोग planting करते हैं. It has to be the community who has to come and grow it, right? Next please. मार्केट क्रिएट करना बहुत जरूरी है. आपका कैंपस ही बहुत बड़ा है, अगर कुछ थोड़ा सा पेरिफेरल एरियाज में हम लोग इनिशिएटिव करते हैं, यू आर द वन हु कैन बेफ्रेंड अ फार्मर टू ग्रो योर क्रॉप, राइट? इट्स नॉट दैट कि आपको बहुत दिन से कुछ खाने को दिल कर रहा है तो जस्ट एक फ्रेंड, आपके पास जमीन नहीं है और टाइम नहीं है, यू कैन जस्ट बेफ्रेंड अ फार्मर इन द पेरिफेरल एरियाज एंड आस्क देम कि व्हाई डोंट यू ग्रो राइस फॉर मी, व्हाई डोंट यू ग्रो दिस वेजिटेबल फॉर मी. ही आल्सो गेट्स अ मार्केट, यू आल्सो गेट अ वेरी गुड फूड. ओके, नेक्स्ट प्लीज. So these are something I'm going to show you what we are doing in this whole Meghalaya, where there are red holes mining, and how we are trying to do something there. Okay, next please. This is all, if you see, those are all dumping yards, which again we are trying to make it into some kind of plantations and food crops, how we grow it, like you are doing here. Next. This is the soil there above the ground. Nothing is there, no microbial population. So it is very important that we enhance the microbial population of the soil. Next. Some greenness coming back because of the high rainfall intensity and all, it's coming up. But the challenge is only this green grasses and everything will not do. We have to think about how the trees come to rebuild it. But what nature is showing me here is that okay, if you want to develop this kind of land, first the grasses has to be developed. After that only, if I throw the seed ball, it will germinate. If I just open ground में अगर हम seed ball फेंकते हैं, कुछ फेंकते हैं, तो it's not going to come. So it is very important that first we grow the layer of grasses and some herbs. बहुत सारे बथुआ तो मैंने देखा हर जगह बथुआ हो रहा है. So these are something which we can grow first, and then we can think about how we come into the big trees also in this crop. Next please. Communities को microbial solution, because it is not easy for you to take a helicopter and spray the microbial solution or take a drone to spray the microbial solution. It's very important that we help them. So this is nothing जो मैंने बोला biochar, cow dung, ऐसे बहुत सारे more than 50 techniques I have inside the forest, which we can train them and they can make those liquids and they can just sprinkle it to develop the microbial population. Next please. एंड वही कम्युनिटी के लोग जो हैं वो अभी सारे ग्रीन कमांडोज बना दिया उनको. जब ग्रीन कमांडोज बना दिया तो अभी ये लोग जाके क्या करते हैं, वहां पे जहां पे भी प्लांटिंग किया, दे टेक इट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एंड दे पुट इट. नो नथिंग पेड टू देम, इट्स ओनली मोटिवेशन. हम अगर हमारे बच्चे को एक आर्मी ऑफिसर बना सकते हैं जो सरहद में जाते हैं, तो वो हम यहाँ पे भी अगर उसी वे से ट्रेनिंग दे, वी कैन मेक इट. इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट तो क्या होता है, बहुत सारे जंगल जाके अपने यहाँ पे बम लगा के भी फट जाता है, लेकिन उसका इंजीनियरिंग जो है वो जंगल में करता है. तो मेरा इंजीनियरिंग भी वैसे ही है, लेकिन मैं किसान बनाता हूँ, राइट? सो दे आल्सो डू इट. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. So blanket spray is something where in the peripheral area is very important, where we think about how we build school children. एक दिन का हो गया, यूथ का एक इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो गया. यहाँ पे कोई कॉलेजेस है, उनके स्टूडेंट्स को लेके हम चले गए और एक दिन कर दिए, कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व कर दिया. Yeah, it's very difficult, and we can think about technology like drone and other things, where even the rain guns. Even we can think about the rain guns, how we can sprinkle it. Okay, next please. आपका मैंने वो foggers देखा, there can be something very beautiful to like throw the microbial population to the soil, right? Ground, ये सब ground में क्या है? We have to link, okay, the soil below is not good for growing, so we can think about how we take some dry leaves or straw, make some raised bed like this, wood ash to just वो pH को भी take care करता है. We just raise it above and we plant it above there, so that the soil microbial population is also born. Right? Next. Biointensive raised bed, I talked about this. We can make beds above the soil and grow crop over that. Next. Creating local green commandos is very important because today I can come and speak here. Today I can go and visit, I can motivate, I can show them some way. But the whole thing has to be taken care by the local people. So I think the youths there play a very vital role. So I'm looking forward to seek help from you to create some local green commandos here, which we can do together. We have to co-create. Okay, next please. Seed bombing, which you are doing, is important. So involve school children in this, which you are doing it. In this 5th of June, we involved 45,000 school kids in Meghalaya to throw 2,25,000 seed bombs, which we have thrown. And these seed bombs were prepared by our community and were sold to the Meghalaya government at 5 rupees per piece. So 2 lakhs is a 10 lakhs money generation for the farmers also. They are now interested कि sir और बनाते हैं और करते हैं green करते हैं, right? Okay, next please. Yeah, this is now we are using drones where we are not being able to reach, so we are using drones. And ये जो seed bomb बनाते हैं उसपे हम क्या करते हैं, उसपे वो mycorrhizal population भी कैसे grow करता है. तो sometimes if I get more time I can train you on how we make the seed bomb and do it, right, and involve the communities. Okay, next please. Yeah, this is seed bombing with the drone. Next. Yeah, this is how like the drone carries the seed. Now this drone can carry 84 seeds, and this guy from Andhra Pradesh only has designed this, and they make it fall every after a period of time so that it's not continuous also, and it is thrown from a height of 40 feet, and we also make it very light seed bombs which is of 1/2 inch diameter and thrown. Yeah, you can just keep off the video. Yeah. So for seed bomb, it's very important that making compost and involving college and schools children are important, so we can do it through that. Later on we can involve the community members also. Next. So seed bomb making को दिखा रहा हूँ मैं, compost को कैसे हम बना लेते हैं पहले. Next. Seed treatment with some local seed collection and also turmeric and other things which we can use for seed treatment. Next. Soil, we can use this red soil also, which is like very good for making seed bomb, but it's not only the clay, we can mix some other soil together and make it into a beautiful seed bomb. Yeah, next. Mixing, yeah. So I just wanted to show you, these are all MBAs, engineers and all, right, whom we have to involve. I just wanted to show you pictures how we can involve the young people to do this, yes, right? Next please. Yeah, next. 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 Yeah. So let us make the world green. Thank you very much for this patience hearing and beautiful time you have given me. Yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward to co-create something which we can do together. Thank you very much. Yeah.
What is the proportion of cow dung and soil?
In the seed bomb?
Yeah.
Okay. So you take 3 parts of soil. 3 parts of soil, no cow dung. You can make compost. Cow dung has to be converted into compost. So we make dry leaves and green leaves and then a layer of cow dung. Keep it for around 21 days. There is a process. And this compost 1 part, 3 parts of cow dung. You mix it, make the ball. Then like the samosa, you make a hole there. And then you can make some, हमने बोला ना bamboo का biochar घर पे बना सकते हैं. तो वो बायोचार थोड़ा सा डाल देंगे तो माइक्रोराइजा भी आ जाएगा, तो उसको सीड डाल के फिर आप राउंड करके फेंक दे सकते. 3 into 1. Seed has to be like you can treat the seeds also. Like for treating, just take 50 grams of turmeric paste if you have raw turmeric, and just you add 1 spoon of your desi cow urine there for 1 liter, and just tie the seeds in a cloth and just immerse it for around 20 minutes. Then shade dry it and put the seed inside. Yeah, welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
I'm a practicing environmental engineer in the coal fields. Actually, sir, during your presentation in the slides, you have explained a concept like coexistence. And you went into the extent saying the coexistence of weeds. But when we are practicing urban forestry, if we allow to exist the weeds, it will have a negative impact. That is the competition with the plant of our interest, what we are growing. So again also it will affect the microclimate, because the plant what we want to grow, it will not grow properly.
Yeah, okay. So this is very difficult for a person who, even I studied agriculture, I did everything. It's very difficult to think about how it grows. But I'm talking about nature, and I'm also talking about wherever we are having weeds and all, it is very important that we spray those microbial solutions so that we don't make the competition happen. Practically speaking, as a farmer, what I find is, you come to my forest, I'll just show you, things are so beautiful now. Things are so beautiful and grow, but the mindset, I understand your mindset, I understand all the things. I said, now human intellect, we can think so many things, but there is something called nature where we have to look at, okay, this coexistence is also possible, right?
But with all humility, I will say, sir, the concept like invasive species or the lantern and camera, what?
So that you have to be careful, because when you see if it is an invasive thing which has come out, then we have to think about how lantana camera, if it is invasive, lantana camera is also again helping me to make the biopesticide. So we can remove it and we can make into different biopesticides or pest repellents which you can use this. Very right. If it is a very invasive way, then we have to think it. But I'm talking about some naturally growing there. Lantana camera is not native, right?
Yeah, that was introduced. But it becomes
it becomes a problem. So in that case, you just cut it, bring it. The green layer of the compost can be those. Make it into compost again. Use it. We can just transform into
one more question, sir.
Yeah.
You told that before seed ball throwing, we have to have the grassing. So can you please tell few species of grass what we can really grow in our minds, because what result means, which grass species will give us good result, like Naipar or Dinanath grass, or what grass we need to practice?
See, what I found today after my visit, if you go there, you will see that there are some grasses which are naturally growing. Even I don't know the names. Right? It is full now. And this is so succulent, you just throw the seeds. Why I'm asking you to have a green cover before throwing is because that seed ball is what? Rains will come, the wash of the soil, and slowly it will germinate, right? So what happens when we have found that when we just club it together and there is grain, the germination and the survival after germination will be there. Survivability after germination, if it is in the jungle, then it is okay. It will happen only with very specific native crops of that place. Right? Even you bring a mango, because see, agriculture is not dynamic. But agriculture is not static. It is dynamic. It is different from Odisha to Assam. Even it is different from farmers to farmers, land to land. Right? So we cannot think about कि okay, ये आम यहाँ पे होता है, ओडिशा में होता है, तो उस जगह के लिए local है. Right? So when we deal about this kind of very sensitive land, we have to first develop the biodiversity register there, and we have to take out what are those things we can grow there. I don't think that growing a amrut ka pear which is growing in Bhubaneswar is also good for that. Right? My land, my neighbor farmer's land is different. So the biggest mistake which we are doing in agriculture is making it a very static thing ki aisa hi hota hai. So it is very important that we study the nature and look at it and we adapt to that. And that is how, being freelance and a farmer, I can do it. That's why I leave the job and everything. Ki, okay, करके देखते हैं कैसा होता है. You try it. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your years of expertise in the field of development of food forest by involving young green commandos. I must say it's an interesting concept, and we hope that very soon you will invite our MCL team to your forests and to interact with your young commandos. Before proceeding with the next session, we'll take a short tea break for 15 minutes. I request Shri Samir Kumar Das sir and Malviya sir to escort our respected dignitaries and speakers to VIP snack room, and I request Shri R.P. Rao sir and Khanda sir to escort all the participants to glass house for snacks. I request everyone to please be back by 15 minutes.
graduated from Department of Mining Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. He has also vast experience in the field of electronics, IOT and robotics. With him we have Rishikant Rajput. He is the founder and CEO of Bidal Technology Private Limited, a tech company focused on digitization and automation in the mining and industries. He, being a mining engineer who also graduated from mining department of IIT Kharagpur, has also vast experience in the field of computer vision, software development and analytics. So I request both of them to start with their presentation. Please.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. And we thank, first of all, CMD sir, respected directors, and all the HODs and everyone present in this hall for taking out the time to discuss the recent or latest technologies which are there to be deployed within the industries. So today both of us will discuss about few of the products and solutions that are there that can solve the challenges within the mining industry and the allied sectors. So we'll discuss mainly from the case study point of view and how those solutions can be utilized to eradicate the problems that are there. So both of us represent here the Bidal Technology Private Limited, that is a young startup involved to develop Industry 4.0 solutions mainly through artificial intelligence and industrial IoT. Please, next. Yeah. So briefing about our vision and how we are backed. So we are affiliated with Taxmin, that is a body between ISM Dhanbad and Department of Science and Technology, with the vision to create national cyber physical systems for the industries. So that is a vision mainly governed through Niti Aayog and Department of Science and Technology to develop the technologies that can be used for the natural resource sector containing the mining, metal and the smelting. Please, next. Yeah. So these are the topics that we'll cover. First is like the whole theme will be based upon the how we can transform the mining industry using AI and IoT, and then we'll cover the 4 applications such that we have already developed and installed or kind of validated through site installations. First one in the list will start with the illumination surveying, mapping and planning part, and then we'll move on to the smart traffic management. That is one of the major problem in terms of safety as well as congestion that is caused by heavy traffic, and then we'll discuss few custom AI engines that can be utilized for any of the mentioned statements, and last one we'll go on the greener side to discuss the use of latest application for the environmental aspects of it. Yeah, please, next. So starting with the problem statement, like we all know from the mining point of view, it is very much required to have a proper and adequate illumination in all of our mines, either for productivity purposes, safety, as well as it is a statutory or compliance from the DGMS side based upon their regulation. So for that purpose, there are 2 sides. On the left hand side, I have tried to showcase the current practice that is there to conduct the illumination survey, and then we'll focus on the WISE practice, or the name of the system, that is WISE stands for Web Enabled Illumination Surveying Equipment, that how we can actually transform the same practice that is currently being done manually. It takes a lot of time, there are errors in it, and we can only cover a few discrete points. Let's say there are 20 places that needs to be covered, then we'll capture 1 or 2 readings around that area and we'll just fill up in a table and submit in the form of a report. So that is the current practice as of now. Using the artificial intelligence and industrial IoT, the entire surveying part that takes a lot of time, let's say 3 shifts for a larger mine. Now it will take less than 2-3 hours to cover the entire area, how we'll discuss. and also the mapping part that is currently being done manually by plotting or marking the data on the mine layout, that can be done using the software. Automatically the map will get generated within 10 seconds hardly, I'll say. And then last is once you have identified yes, there are few areas which are compliant, there are few areas that needs improvement, and there are few areas there we can actually cut down the cost by reducing the glare or over consumption of electricity on power. So please next. Now we'll discuss about the process, how the current process looks like. Just covering the current practice. Right now lux meter is being utilized. A surveyor takes a lux meter, goes to the field, he takes values on horizontal as well as vertical plane as required, and he'll note down the readings manually on a piece of paper and just mark it on the mine layout. Now talking about our process that is involved. So we have a hardware setup, hardware device dedicated for the illumination density capturing. It has two sensors, horizontal and vertical plane. You just need to mount this device on a vehicle and just traverse the area, mine area that you want to survey. Once the area is surveyed through the device or by the vehicle, a file will get generated, and you just need to upload that file to our integrated software. As soon as you upload the file to the software, a map will get generated again within 10 to 15 seconds only. The map will be overlaid on your mine layout, as you can see in the previous image that was shown. There you can see what is my haul road, like top benches, bottom benches, or the other designated areas that are required. Please next. Yeah. So ultimately, as a part of benefit or features that are covered, first you will be able to identify the dark zones that are there based upon the norm, what is the requirement and what is my actual reading at that point is. From that comparative analysis, you will get the dark zones. You will get the custom reports in two formats. One is tabular formats against each and every designated areas as per the requirement, as well as the visual map on your mine layout. And then entire data that you are creating through the surveys will be saved on a digital mode so that you can keep it for a historic purpose. Let's say once you have done the survey now and you want to compare the same survey data to 4 months ahead, so that you can compare. If I have put, let's say, X amount of money in terms of illumination, execution or installation of lights, how is the actual improvement on my ground looks like. You can do that, utilize for that purpose. And last one is you can also identify the over illuminated areas shown in the red color. For that part, that creates glare, which creates hindrance in proper operations of any huge machinery. That is first. And second, you are also bearing some extra amount of power cost in terms of over expenditure on power. So these three areas, that is under illuminated area, compliant area and over illuminated area, they will be clearly marked through different types of color coding. Like the one on the purple side is having the range differing by 50% of what is required actually on that part. And now, so till now we have covered the mapping and surveying part of it. And now the most insightful part that is shown in the form of analytics through the AI driven software is related to the gap, like what are the corrective measures which need to be done on the gaps to compensate the gaps. So for that part, AI will assist you in terms of determining the positions of poles that are additionally required, that is first. And second, what capacity of light in terms of lux as well as wattage it is required, at what height it is required, and what should be the proper orientation so that you can achieve a completely green area, that is a completely 100% compliant area through the minimal efforts and by reducing your efforts and time on the planning part of it. So that is how you can see the same system is utilizing the industrial IoT as well as AI. Hardware is based on the industrial IoT and software is using the AI power to assist us in terms of the planning part of it. So that is about the first solution. Please next. And if you have any particular suggestion or any question on this part, we can address right now, and then we can move forward to our second product. Please.
Please, a mic can be given. Just a sir. Please hand over a mic. It will be audible to everyone.
जैसे हमें हॉरिजॉन्टल और वर्टिकल लक्ष्य चाहिए, तो उसके लिए हम कैसे, हाउ वी कैन डिसाइड कि कितना वाट का कितना बल्ब कितने डिस्टेंस पे लगाएंगे कि दैट कैन बी अचीव्ड एज पर रेगुलेशन.
Okay, right. So the hardware device that we have shown, it contains two planes, horizontal and vertical both. So we'll do the whenever we are doing the surveying part of it, we'll just demonstrate it for the existing installations, and the same thing will be simulated through AI. Let's suppose if there is no lighting installations. Please move to the previous slide. Let's say AI has suggested one of the landmark on that point. So there you need to install one pole. On that pole, through a software simulation only, you will place one light of your desired. And what will be the improvement? Through the values you can see in the picture, that shows horizontal and vertical lux values separately. So it shows once you install that required capacity, what will be my achieved level. So that is how you do the planning part of it in terms of horizontal and vertical after installing the required capacity without installing actually on the ground. And the same thing you can replicate.
प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है ना कि रेगुलेशन में लिखा हुआ इतना वर्टिकल इतना हॉरिजॉन्टल चाहिए, तो वंस वी हैव टू प्लान, तो कितने लक्स ये कितने वाटेज का कितना हम लगा देंगे लाइट, कितना लक्स हमको मिल जाएगा सर्टेन डिस्टेंस तक. ये क्योंकि ये तो हीट एंड ट्रायल मेथड है कि बार बार चेंज करके हम करेंगे, बट हमको ये चाहिए कि इतना कैसे मिलेगा. How can we assure?
Right. So the same process we have discussed with DGMS as well, and it is a DGMS certified process.
वो लोग तो रिफ्यूज कर दिए बताने से, रेगुलेशन में भी नहीं ये लिख रहा है कि वो तो कर दिया. अब ये हम लोग कैसे, फील्ड में प्रॉब्लम है ना कि हम कैसे उसको अचीव करेंगे, ऐसा कोई टेक्नोलॉजी हो तो.
हाँ, like this is the same. I'll give you the basic principle underlying to it. Let's say there is a light. This is a light installed already, and once you move in the radial direction of it, let's say 5 meter, 10 meter, 15 meter, we'll capture the variation which goes radially. So we are trying to calibrate our sensors with respect to the lux variation which is moving away towards the away from the light. Yes. That is one thing. And second, what is the variation as per my wattage? So these are the two correlations or the basic parameters which will govern the output in terms of my lux. So that is how we determine the required capacity.
यही तो प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि पहले
so that part will be done.
क्योंकि हमको पहले पता रहेगा तो उस कैपेसिटी के हम लाइट खरीद कर लाएंगे. अब हम लाने के बाद फिर उसको बार बार
no sir, I'm giving you the principle. That is how software calculates the requirement. You don't need to conduct any practical thing. Please.
सेशन के बाद डिस्कस कर लीजिएगा. सेशन के बाद
we can have and also we will be conducting two physical surveys on ground at Lingraj and Lakhanpur mines, and we will be sharing both of the reports with all of you. Yeah, and we will be happy to discuss whatever is the suggestion in that part. Yeah, please.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, please move to the next part. Yeah, so from now onwards we'll discuss on the second product that is related to the automatic safety management of your traffic, that covers two of the aspects, that is safety as well as productivity part of it by smoothing the traffic flow. Now my partner Kalash Nivja will take care of this.
Thank you. So before moving on to the applications of AI, I'll just elaborate a bit more on the problem statement that we are dealing with here. The problem statement is congestions and accidents. Both of those problems, they are existing in the mines, and they can be solved using AI and IOT and other smart technologies that are coming nowadays. So if we look at data from the last 15 years, this is what we got from the data of DGMS. In the last 15 years, we've seen that majority of the fatal accidents by cause, 42%, they are in the transportation machineries. And these accidents happen in the places of where there are risky junctions, there are risky crosscuts in throughout the mine areas, even in open cast and underground mines. And we see that what is the cost of one accident, even one small accident, what is the cost of that? It is very high. If there is congestion, what is the cost of that? The cost of congestion is also high because it directly leads into decrease of production. So when we see the congestion and all the causes of that, there are lots of causes for that. There are HEMM blind spots, there is difficult terrain, there is dust, fog, and of course above all there is human error, and nothing can be done for that. But there are a lot of things that can be done if we just look at the scenario of a whole junction. Next slide please. So this is a junction, let's say this is a four-way junction. We saw just like this today in MCL, and what happens in such a junction is that there are lots of incoming vehicles at one point of time. They all have different speeds, some are loaded, some are not loaded. And what will be the cause of accidents or congestion? If let's say two vehicles are coming, they are not organized, they will be reaching the junction at the same time. And one will have to stop, one will have to stop for some time, other one will pass, and at that time third vehicle will come. This is all a mess. How do we solve that? There is one simple solution by using traffic lights that is already going on in the cities. One traffic light is there, it will go on for 30 seconds, then another one will go, but that is not suitable for our environment. In the real time, there is directly production related to all the traffic management at every single one of these junctions. So in these cases, what we need is a smart traffic management system. So how will we deal with that? We have created one system that does work like this. It has sensors, then it has a smart traffic control unit. So the sensor always detects the incoming vehicles towards the junction, and automatically, dynamically it allocates all the traffic peripherals according to that. So let there be, if there is a need of boom barriers, automatically if vehicle congestion is high and we know that we have to pass this vehicle, so automatically the boom barrier will drop, and all of this keeping production in mind and keeping safety in mind. So at one time only one path is clear, allowed to pass, and the other paths are stopped. By this way and by intelligently calculating the risk associated, the traffic density at each point of time dynamically, by using our AI model, we can do exactly that. So, and just today we saw at MCL, there are lots of things that have to be dynamically allocated. So we saw that this was a junction, and that path is coming from one mine, this path is coming from another mine. And we see that sometimes if a belt is not working properly, the whole traffic has to be diverted to another place. And all of that process currently that is being used is manual. So we can eradicate all of that by using simple traffic management systems and dynamically controlling by human intervention or by automatically the weight functions. And the weight function is that it calculates the speed, the traffic density at that point, and automatically allocates the pathway leading towards the other pathway. Next slide please. So this is our product, SMILE. This stands for Smart Management in Land Vehicle Equipment. So it is applicable for all haul road junctions, all kinds of junctions it is applicable, and all the risky places, in open cast places, in underground mines, and in workshops areas, smelter plants, public roads where there are involved, all those places such kinds of systems are required in mines, which we have seen, and I'll be sharing results of one of our pilot installations at Vedanta shortly, and we'll see how all of this relates to how much productivity and even the environmental challenges that can be reduced by the use of such smart traffic management system. So next slide please. So like I said, some of the features of this system are that it dynamically calculates what is the need of that junction at a certain point of time. So the timing of signals, that depends on the speed of incoming vehicle, depends on the priority of the vehicle, whatever is required by the management section. All of that, apart from that, it can be completely customized. This is a customized site specific plan for each and every site. Apart from that, one of the key feature of this system is that it stores all this data. We know all the incoming data towards the junction, and once we have all that data, we can extract a lot of information from that data. So if we look at simple data of near misses, where there is no record of such cases, we can record the number of near misses that are happening on the simple junction at one day. We can see the traffic density at a certain point in shift, and we can plan accordingly. So let's say if some of the shifts in two mines are coming very close, and we say that traffic congestion is almost doubled at that point, we can change those factors accordingly by shifting the change times, and that way we can tackle the traffic management problem much more effectively once we see the data. So this is an example of the data that we extract from that, and we can see the peak traffic hours. We can see the count of how many vehicles on one junction at particular time. So we have installed this system at one of the mines in Vedanta in the Rajpura Dariba complex. Next slide, please. So we have seen that one junction, it deals with 1600 vehicles per day, and it is a tri-section, and the operator, when he is crossing the tri-section, he takes around 40 seconds to cross the tri-section, and that is mainly because multiple vehicles are coming at a time. The operator goes for 1 second, he has to stop, then he goes for another 5 seconds, then he has to stop. That whole thing is a mess. When we conclude with this system, we have seen that the vehicle that used to take 40 seconds to cross a particular junction, now it takes 15 seconds. We see that if 1600 trucks are passing through that place every day, 15 seconds per truck, that changes enormously when it comes to the production and the cycle time of that particular area, and this is for one junction only. We've seen that the carbon footprint decreases, we've seen that fuel consumption decreases. So this is just the indirect data that we have calculated based on this, and this case study was conducted there, and we've seen that 5.5 ton per year per small junction, that can be reduced. Fuel saved is 2.1 lakhs, 7.8% parking margin was increased, and similarly congestion current was 16.3% in that place. And these are all the indirect costs. What are the direct costs? If one accident has to happen, even the probing and the analysis of what has happened, that part is alone costly in much more than the system itself. So this is what we have tried to achieve through this system. And video use?
Yeah, so through this video that is involved here, so if you want to capture any kind of violation that is there on that particular side, let's say instructions are there from the engineering point of view, but if there is any violation, or you want to capture some particular type of activity, let's say wrong side driving or over speeding on that part, that will also be covered through the same system. You can play the video, a small video in which, let's say this is particularly for the Vedanta side where they have the one way roads. So if anything is moving on the wrong side, they will capture and notify the same. No, video link is there on the click for video part. Yeah. You need access. Just let it be then. So you need access for this. Okay, fine. I'll share this part. So this is something that you cannot do through the human eyes. They have deployed two such scenarios. One is for overspeeding, then second is for any kind of wrong turn through the same system. So that is how we try to manage the entire site that is provided to us. Likewise, we have seen one at this Kulda mine, and there was one other, I'm not familiar with the names, but we have visited 3 such areas today, and we have identified there are similar type of conditions involved at that site, and also there are increasing production targets that like Siarmal, I guess. So Siarmal, at the Siarmal, coming month. So Vasundhara, yeah. So at the Vasundhara and Siarmal complex, they told us the visionary target to achieve 40 million ton at that site, and they will be handling, let's say, hourly traffic 800. We back calculated the entire thing. So from that part we realized actually how the entire logistical movement should be planned on, let's say, not on daily basis, even shift by shift basis. If any kind of backfall or let's say breakdown is there, then entire traffic needs to be diverted, and that cannot be done through the manual process or manual mode. There should be short-term control on the entire process, and that can be achieved using the latest technologies. So like we were so much excited to see the actual site today, so that we can identify what are the actual problems that are involved at that site and how we can try to figure out. There are different type of constraints that we have discussed with the management at the site, and we then identified, okay, constraints are there, but if solved in a systematic manner, that can be well planned, and the entire thing can be made more smooth in terms of the traffic flow. So that is about the second part of it. Any of the suggestion or any query we will be happy to answer.
What is the cost of the system?
Yeah. Right. So based upon the previous installation, I can tell you again. It is since it's a tailor-made or site-based system for Vedanta, it costed around for them, including the entire work, scope of work, that includes the infrastructure and everything, approx 30 lakh. Yeah.
You are giving 2.1 lakh per junction per year.
Yeah, so that is a fuel save for their traffic that they have calculated and as a testimony. This is the fuel consumption reduced by reducing the crossing time, as well as the same thing is converted in terms of the CO2. And the same thing they have publicized in the market and everywhere under the Vedanta flagship. So that is something, this data is based on our previous installations only, and it varies site to site. Yeah, anything else please? Yeah, please.
The factor of safety which is being discussed, is it related to the slope of the pump and the benches? The factor of safety during the haul road transportation, like in Kulda mines and all, which has been
yes.
much extent.
All those factors are considered, including the slope, including the speed of the vehicle. All those factors are considered. Even the type of the vehicle that is coming, if it is a dumper or if it is an LMB. So risk is calculated based on that, and whichever vehicle is at a higher risk is always stopped, and the vehicle at lower risk is allowed to pass.
That means, sir, the vehicles which are needing less space, they would be beneficial, but gradually we are going towards the higher end, like 100-tonner dumpers and all. Sir, just to discuss how safe is that in the long run,
okay,
according to you?
So I'll try. You are assuming every time the lighter vehicle is on the higher risk, and that will be given the higher priority. That is your point is, okay, fine. So that is not the actual scenario. We try to calculate the risk involved at that particular moment, considering all the scenarios. There are three algorithms that are there within the system. First is the line of fire algorithm that calculates considering the right hand side steered vehicles. If there is a chance of collision, which driver will have the higher impact. That is first thing. And second, coming on the time of arrival. Time of arrival means obviously lighter vehicle will have a higher speed as compared to the loaded one having 100-ton capacity. That will be able to cross the junction much more faster. So it is not kind of practical to stop this and let on the heavy vehicle pass. So in that case, you can see the lighter will be given the higher priority. Otherwise, if we are allowing truck to pass, then it will take a lot of time, and for that part we need to stop and there is third algorithm as well, where we compare the relative speed. So it depends upon the algorithm and that particular case.
How does the system communicate with the drivers? Vehicles. Yeah.
Right. So there are different modes of communication based upon the requirement. First is visual traffic LEDs that we installed. They will give the red or green signal or directional LEDs that is one way of communication. Second is audio, hooters that can be installed at that site. And third is the mechanical restrictions through boom barrier. And last one is a cabin device that can be installed within the operator's cabin. So that will trigger an alarm if some kind of risk is involved at that junction. So there are different modes depending upon what.
That alarm inside the cabin, that will be vehicle specific.
Right. That will be vehicle specific.
So it will go to the individual vehicle. It will be common for other vehicles.
It will not be common. So like.
So that it should be specific to that vehicle.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
So we have installed this system at a place where the public road as well as the industrial paths are merging. So giving a signal to public vehicles is not feasible every time. So what the organization, that is Tata Steel, they have done, you install such alarms within our machines, and for others we'll just utilize the traffic LEDs. So there are two modes of communication, because our drivers should be much more alert than the public vehicles. So that is how they have tried a different mode of communication.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Regarding the factor of safety.
Yes.
For a higher size of trucks. So at present stage, that will not be addressed, the problem of this on the road, because that there will be a different type of safety issues will be coming for on the same haul road you use a bigger higher capacity. But here it is only the traffic part of safety will be taken care of. Only what you will find out, because of I think if you are maintaining the same algorithm, the which part is taken care of. So whenever two trucks will be crossing, at that time, what will be the risk increasing, that will be shown. That can be incorporated. What you say, that is your photo, but that is related to the whole road design. That part is not in this.
Right. So just to mention, he is our mentor and professor from IOT Kharagpur days. So we have started everything under him. And I can also see few recognized faces like you, sir, like both of you. I have seen somewhere in some workshops earlier, like in the second row, if you could remember. Yeah, both of you have seen somewhere, so I can recall. Like anything else?
Have you got any further example like Vedanta one you told you? Any further implementation AI, IoT, mining, India mining?
Yes. So for this solution, Tata Steel, there are 3 locations already covered with this. And again, Vedanta has replicated the same system at 2 other such locations. So that is the extension of because we installed at Vedanta this year only. And within 2 months of pilot, they have certified and they have extended the same at other locations. So that is under process. And also we are in discussion with.
Traffic management, AI IoT application you have shown in Vedanta. Is there any further this type of AI IoT application in Indian mining mineral industry, latest coal or I don't know, any non-coal?
That we are doing?
Other than traffic.
Other than traffic. Okay, fine. So again, we used to get new problem statement every time. Just I can recall 2 such problem statements. At Vedanta only, they have Concore containers that contains final lead and zinc within them. And they have one railway siding at one such location, and at one such smelting facility, they don't have railway siding. So the traffic, the material movement goes through the Concore containers. But the flow of containers between railway siding and that smelting facility is through the trucks only, and they want to automate the complete in-out registry of that movement. For that purpose, they have utilized our AI model, where the entire truck profile along with the Concore container number will be dispatched to the other location electronically, and the same will create gate passes for those Concore containers whenever they reach to that particular geofence, and the same can be moved in as soon as it is possible. Earlier they were having some issues because Concore containers are having limited issue time from the Concore, that is Container Corporation of India, and also each and every time they send new type of container, new container, so that they cannot tag that particular container. So for that purpose they are using computer vision algorithms to identify it's a Concore container having this particular registration number loaded on this particular vehicle, that is registration number of that vehicle, and then in-out movement time. So entire the process which was carried out manually, now they are doing it through the AI.
There is one question.
Yeah, please, sir.
Hello. Can we fix up, instead of controlling through traffic, can we use some country vans using AI/ML for better control of the vehicle itself?
Okay, yeah. So see, we try to explore in the next product that part is covered. So that is related to the proximity alarming through AI models, because there are existing systems in the proximity part. But if you want to do some administrative control on the vehicle itself, let's say it should be halted at safe braking distance, within the safe braking distance, or in some scenarios. So, but for that part, we are happy to discuss. We are in discussion with BEML as well, with their R&D team at Mysore located. So their R&D head is in touch with us, and for that part, we are exploring the opportunities.
There is one more scope for using this AI/ML and all, that we are loading the wagons with that we are going to eliminate in near future, but can we incorporate some country vans for pre-weighing of the coal to be loaded in the wagon? That is also one of the problems that can be seen.
Yeah, so for that part, I would like to understand more about.
We can separate it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, we can move ahead for the next part. Yeah. Now, this is the kind of one such problem statement or the solution that is based upon the custom needs of the industry. Here we utilize the exposed version of the AI. It is not in the form of a ready-made product. It is something we start from the scratch R&D, and it can be utilized in any of the such areas. These are the applications that we have already covered using such. Just the underlying principle in this is we take the feed in terms of images or videos through the cameras having radar, low power radar as well, and the entire input is fed to the AI models that will do the decision making part for you. For such applications like proximity detection, there are things based on RFID or radar already installed in some HEMMs, but there are few flaws in it, like high rate of false alarming, and also not determining at what distance my object is. So we got this problem statement from BEML only because they are having the RFID or radar based proximity sensors, but there are false alerts in it. So in this part we'll discuss the proximity detection through AI in detail, and other such applications can be overspeeding that we have already deployed at Vedanta, red light violation or any other type of traffic violation, or unsafe activity detection is if there are workers moving without PPEs and you want a proper compliance in some hazardous areas, that each and every worker should wear the PPEs properly. If such activities are there, so it can be captured and automatically it will be triggered as a part of investigation to the concerned safety officer of that location, and then you can take the actions or just use that data to train your people in much more efficient way. So that is the overall framework. That is how we kind of do the AI modeling for the custom needs. We'll discuss the proximity part in detail. Please proceed. Yeah. So here the camera which we have shown is not just a camera. It is having the night vision capability along with the low power radars. Why these two sensors? Because if you are using only radars, then there are false alarms. You don't know whether it's a car or just a person or a pole behind me. And if you are using only camera, then you know there is a huge dusty environment and mud sticks to the camera. So there are practical challenges utilizing any of one such sensors. So we clubbed both of them. We clubbed the data, integrated the data, and fed the same data to the AI model. It will recognize and utilize both of the inputs from camera and radar, so that it will have a higher confidence in terms of the signaling. Also, it will give you a bird eye view of your surrounding, of the vehicle surrounding. That will give there are two persons one at 5 meter distance, another at 8 meter distance, and also there is one vehicle approaching from the rear side. So that is how you see the actual bird eye view of your vehicle, and it is much more beneficial when you are working within the underground mines, where there is a confined space having the gallery size, let's say 5x5 or even lesser than that. So in that kind of stopes or working phases, such proximity alarming systems are much more usable. Please, next. Yeah, so this is the device that is installed within the operator's cabin, and here you get the list of objects that are there, and the features will be just like you. Driver will have a proper assistance in terms of the surrounding, what is there, what is not there, and at what distance, and other things. It is completely a customized system again, because we do the entire R&D and development, technology development by our own indigenously. So if you want my safe braking distance is different from others, you just keep 15 meter. We'll keep it for 15 meter, and if you want to be 25 or 30, whatever, we'll do the accordingly. And what is the other advantage using this type of system? Let's say some particular object, let's say pole or just a wall or any other non-living object is there. That is not much of the concern to warn the operator. Then those type of triggers will be there on the screen. Some object will be, name will be provided if it's a train object or a general object. Let's say one chair is behind you, just inform, but no alarming will be done. Okay, so those are the fine tunings that can be done in the systems. Yeah, so I guess that's it about the custom AI models for the proximity part of it, and other applications are also we have covered through the site installations. And I guess that's about this. Any question or any suggestion? And then we'll, yeah, please.
What does that mean?
Okay, fine. Please, previous slide. Yeah, I got your point. I'll explain. Just previous one, previous to this. Yes. So in this one such scenario, for any kind of near miss record purpose, we have captured. So there one accident has been detected using this system, and there are two numbers: truck 98%, car 94%. So it shows the confidence of the AI model in terms of detection. It is saying 98% it is a truck, 94% it's a car that is having the larger like object identification part. It is for the object identification part, because whenever you are training the AI model, it learns just like a human brain through our eyes. So as soon as it gets a lot of data, it will have a higher confidence on it.
That means based on the use, it gains more confidence.
Right. Even we have seen such scenarios where we cannot see something through our naked eyes, but in the video the AI can identify there is one person standing there. So this is one experiment जो हम अपने ऑफिस में ऐसे करके देखते हैं कि this is the level of confidence कि it is saying कि some person is there. Complete dark. We cannot see through the naked eyes, but AI model is able to identify कि one person is standing there. So that is how we improve through trainings only.
That means, sir, more than 90% means it is good enough for identification.
Yeah.
Okay,
then we can go for the next part. Yeah. So since the core theme of this discussion was somewhere around the center, considering the environmental aspect of the mining, so we will be happy to discuss one of our such initiative or the solution that we have worked upon. And it was something, again, as we all know, that Professor Pathak is much more concerned about the post-mining activities, that is reclamation of the entire site. So he told us and shared that you develop something that can keep the track record of the activities. There are a lot of efforts that are being put on the afforestation part by the industries, whether it's a mining or FMCG or any other. But until unless it is having the proper plan for the transparency purpose, that is one. And second, having the visual aspect of your efforts is well appreciated every time. So what we are trying to do through this platform is we are trying to geotag each and every tree along with their species and details, and the same will be shown in the form of dashboard on the map. It will give you the count, spatial distribution of the different trees, their respective species, and you can compare within 2 time periods what is the survival rate of my afforestation drive, and accordingly you can also quantify the efforts in terms of the improvement in the let's say weather conditions, if it is there, through the different parameters like land surface temperature. That is one such aspect. Second thing can be the carbon sequestration that has happened naturally through this species. So that depends again upon what is the age of my tree, what species it was, and then we'll do the entire analysis part through satellite imagery. First part, that is geotagging, is done on ground through the mobile application, and then the alternative or the secondary surveys are done through the satellite imagery. Yeah, please. So we named it as MORE, that stands for Mapping of Oxygen Resources and Estimation, and it is well known that we at Earth only have one source of oxygen majorly, that is trees. So that is why we just reframed the entire thing to the oxygen resources stands for trees here. So please, next one. How the solution will look like? It has a web or mobile interface, because each and every one of us has mobile, so we tried to keep this solution as simple as possible, that is first thing, and as cheaper as possible, because when it comes to the implementation part of it at a larger scale, the cost should be very less. So we have tried to we didn't try to develop any separate device for this, because we wanted to keep it as cheap as possible. So there is one mobile application connected to a cloud database and a GIS server. So GIS server will give the, let's say, the visual representation of the surrounding or the map, and then the entire data goes to database plotted against the GIS server. So that is how the entire system architecture looks like. Now we'll talk about the interface part of it, how one can actually utilize this application. You just need to open the web app on your mobile whenever you are doing the this afforestation. Whenever you are planting a tree, just click on add new tree, and just click a photo of it. So the photo along with the location coordinates of that and time stamps, all those things are stored, and through the image processing part it will capture the species. We have the data set available. If it belongs to that particular data set, then species will be automatically allocated, again with higher confidence. And go like add new tree and just go on the map, you will be able to see that this is my tree located at this place having this species. And after 1 year, again whenever you are going to that area, you don't need to do, just open the app and just roam around the area. Each and every tree will be updating the data by itself, so that the survival rate you can check how many trees are survived till now. So that is how you calculate the survival rate. Until unless the tree is survived, the data will not get updated, and it will be kind of removed or as shown as an inactive plant in that part. Please, next. Yeah. So this is about the interface. You will get a pop-up, add new tree. Location coordinates automatically they will be filled in that application. You don't need to put. Species also it will be automatically filled. And then image is something that you need to capture. Okay, and for let's say sapling, we don't input any diameter or the height, but as the tree grows, you can again capture the image. From the image itself, it will take the dimensions of the diameter and height. There is SOP defined to it, how you need to capture the image so that the entire tree top and bottom angle will be there, and from that basic trigonometry you can calculate the this height if you are at a certain calculated distance, and from that part again you can calculate the diameter from the image itself. So that is image processing part that we do, and again it depends upon the historic data so that the calibration can be done to achieve a higher depth of accuracy. Yeah, please next. Yeah, so again in the map you can see these are my trees. So this is the actual interface. So right now we as a volunteer only try to map the roadside trees that are there, because roadside trees we researched a lot. Roadside trees does not come under the Ministry of Forest. They do not consider in the calculation for the green cover. Whenever they are publishing the report for the green cover, they do not capture the roadside trees. So whenever we are roaming at different places, we try to geotag trees, and after a certain period of time we see the report on it. This part you can utilize for your efforts as well. Next. Yeah, and here you get the entire list of the trees, and then you get the insights like what are the species, different species, what is their percentage across my, let's say, 1,000 or 1 lakh trees, how they are distributed across the space, and then after a certain period of time or interval, how many of them have survived till now. So those are the direct insights that you get anytime. And if you want some particular kind of reports, let's say what is my improvement in terms of my land surface temperature, or you can say ki what is my improvement in the cover, green cover or the canopy areas. So for that part you can just send us the request. We'll create the report for you, validate it through the ISRO satellite imageries. Yeah. So that is about the product that we mainly try to focus for the environmental aspect, because 3 main core areas that we try to cover through our latest or the emerging technologies are related to safety, productivity in operations, and the environmental aspect of the industries. So that is how we are motivated enough to do the R&D as well as do the installations based upon the ground reality that is there within the mining industry of India. Because across the geography, if you see, so some solution that is being utilized, let's say in Australia, that might not be applicable for us depending upon the differences in the way of working, or the geography is different. So there are things. So we are trying to develop the whole new culture to kind of infuse the emerging technologies in the mining industry. Both of us are mining engineers from IIT Kharagpur only, so we try to explore the field as much as possible. We were so happy to have the opportunity to visit the site today, and also for next 2-3 days we will be here only to learn more and more about the sites. And also previously I have worked with Vedanta Group, so there also I have seen the entire value chain right from the mining till the final finished metal. So it is kind of a backbone, I can say, for the economy. And that is how I keep myself motivated and charged for new things. Yeah, please next. Yeah, next one you can just skip this. Next. So these are the, yeah, thank you very much. So that's about for our part. Yeah. Any question or any suggestion, we will be happy to do hear that, or otherwise we'll wrap up this session from our side. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for giving us an insight in the artificial intelligence and Internet of Things that has been developed by Bidal Technology Private Limited. And as you all are already associated with MCL, hope with your expertise and knowledge, MCL will also advance in the field of technology too. So thank you so much. Now I request Professor Khanindra Pathak sir to continue with his presentation. Due to some technical glitches, the presentation was within halfway, so I request sir to continue with it.
I'm very sorry for that, exactly, that we got the wrong slides opened. Now, I will not take much time. Exactly that whatever the main theme was there that I was supposed to introduce has been done very well. Samir, Rishi and Kalas has given that exactly what we are looking for our community wealth. Exactly when we talk about the next place, they go on changing slides. Next, exactly our mining in India is all over in all the states in such a, so we always tell that India is a mining country, and that you can see over there. And already there in India about more than 28,000 small and big mines, and all are going to be closed. So that's why what is the business which is lying in the post-mining mine site restoration. Exactly when we talk about getting the community wealth, it is the mine site restoration. So you can see how much mine site will have to be restored in our country in this century. Because in 21st century, it will be century for that mine closure and post-mining business. So that's why here I know that many students of environmental and environmental engineering are there, and we'll have to create our resources, because mining does not get stopped, because we'll have to provide raw materials. So the raw material challenges also, these figures, next please. Now, so why in general public opinion considers mining is harmful? Everybody say that mining is harmful. Land acquisition for mining meets with opposition from the social. All of you I think know that who are working with this. Nobody wants to give land for mining, and mining is not serving the cause of the common people, the people say. But that mining has been serving the common people from the 5,000 years, 6,000 years from the Kautilya's time to this today. Without mining, nothing could be done, but still this is the myth. Now next one please. So what we'll have to do, exactly the legacy of the past mining is the culprit. Many times in our mining site, if you go, you will always see, if you go to some of our Ranigan's coal field, you will find that some of this old, old winder with a lot of creepers coming over there, all rusted things, and then some of the very dilapidated buildings over there, and the roads you go, lot of potholes, and then everywhere, even every tree is black. That legacy, because we have not taken care of the post-mining mine site. So that when I say about the mine closure and why we need to do it, and that is a story, the lack of appropriate policy, technology in the mine site restoration. As I was telling, everybody now talks about the mine closure, but nobody talks about the mine completion and the mine relinquishment, mine decommissioning. So that when I introduced that subject as a mine closure and mine closure planning, now we need to know about the demolishing. In India, we require a lot of demolishing technology now, because say many of the plants, many of the buildings, many of the things which were there constructed in 1950s, 60s, 70s, their life is over. But wherever this life is over, after that also you are keeping this, means we are locking that line. That exactly it become our unmonetized asset. So asset management we have not taken into the proper perspective, because we do not have proper policy for doing that. So now visible impacts of ongoing mining activities, this also sometimes people do not like it. Even if today when you come over there to Basundhara mines and all, you have got, see, if you go to some sites, very good, nicely terracing, you have got many overburden dump also very beautifully planted. And thanks to DFO has done, the forest department has done some good plantation. But while coming on the road, you cannot avoid those dusts and things like that. That I was telling about in the Hall Road, if you go, you cannot avoid that exactly. There will be your potholes and all will be coming in the rainy seasons. And then we cannot have a control over the dump tire's life, because many of the things that whatever is going on in the mines to the people may not be pleasing. So that's why next please. Now, when many of these sites of closed and abandoned mines in India do not encourage, so from here you can see that why proper mindset restoration program could do a lot of value addition. When I started talking about the mine closure and mine closure planning in 1996-97, my sole direction was that I need to get my pride, because we remember, I don't know whether there were some time, if you are a mining engineer, in the arranged marriage, they were finding it difficult. कहाँ वो मेरी बेटी जाकर के कहाँ रहेंगे? वो mining engineers को थोड़ा शादी के समय में भी थोड़ा सा ये होता था. I don't know, अब आजकल शायद होता है या नहीं होता है, लेकिन होता है. तो कुछ अपना बातें भी याद आते हैं, तो इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा तो biodiversity can be returned to the post mining site, so that will be exactly creating the image of our mining industry. So we should take next please. So, but the big picture is, in whole India, the biodiversity is changing. Forest is decreasing. The forest department claims that they have been taking care of the India's forest and all that thing. Many a time we give the Camper Fund money and all that thing. But if you see the forest in the non-mining area, that is also decreased so much of that. In the forest we are creating that, in the mining area we are creating forests, but in the non-mining area what is happening? But wherever the big forests are also there, you tell me how the forest is being harvested. Thanks to Summit, and they are now developing, they are protecting some forest, but I have been to his food forestry. By the side of it, in front, while entering to his hill, I see that the people are cutting down the hills and the forest and selling the soil, making it plain land, so that the real estate people, they buy that land and their boat where they get. Now where happened to the forest? Then similarly, if you go to many of the forests, you will find that you cannot survive in the forest for anything. I often tell that if in Sri Ramchandra ji 14 years थे जंगल में, उनको खाने पीने किसी का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता. हम लोग अभी किसी भी एक नॉन माइनिंग एरिया का किसी भी एक फॉरेस्ट में जाकर के हम लोग 2 दिन भी खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. ये इसका कारण ये नहीं है कि हम लोग का खाने का आदत, वी हैव स्टार्टेड टेकिंग पिज्जा एंड बर्गर, बिकॉज ऑफ दैट वी कैन नॉट गेट एनी फूड इन द माइंस. यही कारण नहीं, वहाँ है भी नहीं. सो दैट्स व्हाई लेट अस सी क्विकली. नाउ दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस एग्जैक्टली. यू कैन सी नेक्स्ट प्लीज क्लिक. सो now that means exactly the ecology and that whole mindset of the people, it is get changed, because after mining the site becomes different. The mining changes the ecosystem. All the environmentalists, many of you might have many of your friends, those who studied along with environmental, they might have become some environmental activists, and sometimes they go and join in some international body also. They go on telling that as if in our uranium mining we are all giving only radioactive and all that thing, we are destroying forest. But those, I am not telling about the environmental activists, but one thing is there, that environmentalists will tell that our ecosystem is changing. Now for that, mining requires environmental planning prior to, during and post-mining operations, and return to the pre-mining geological state, that what the US, that their politicians say that you will have to return the land to the pre-mining conditions. Sometimes I consider that is not a very scientific things, because we have to take out the material and then it is there. You cannot bring the same geological environment. But we can do value addition. Our thing is to be there for the survival and for the society, how we will do it. So for that, but here 2 pictures are there. One is, that is in 2010 when I went to this. This is the site exactly because of the top figure. The Ministry of Environment and Forest, they gave a violation order to Zoda mines of Tata Steel. And then they take in 2012, that site you can see over there. And many of you be telling, I think someone of you told also, you also want to do a vetiver. That this was my experiment in 2011-12, and that site has been created over here. You can see with the background how it is matching. So that's why when I say that was my first work, that how vetiverization can take place. And I tell it as the vetiver technology. Tata Steel, after these ones, they told that this is a Khanindra method. They were telling it, they're handling this type of area to convert that. Next please. So one thing is that the completing mining means the land is to be rehabilitated and surrendered to by the mining company to the next custodian. That's why that whole mining life cycle, I have said that exactly development and planning, that is not there. We'll have to do the relinquishment. And after relinquishment, we'll tell that yes, we have completed this mines. After completion, some liabilities may be there. Will be that another terminology. Some of the lectures I take, I think that wrongly that slide which came up at that time, that is, I have already delivered about 55 lectures on mine closure and sustainability planning, which is not there in any university, any course. But mine closure and sustainability planning, I just gave to NPTEL a proposal that I will be delivering 60 lectures. And those 55 I have completed. So this 60 lectures that was coming over there, but wrongly. But what we say, that after relinquishment we will have to complete it. Next one please. So this mine completion, if we do not follow environmentally friendly green mining, we will continue harming our next generations, for which we do not have the rights. Now when United Nations tell about that 17 sustainability goals, in those sustainability goals will have to be through this relinquishment only we will have to fulfill. Next please. So I think all of you know about it, what it is there. And then of course that lower one you can see that geotextile and others were also used, but the gully formations and that your sliding, this cannot be stopped. Next please. Next. So you can see here exactly in a chromite mine, I saw this in Sukinda, the way this failed, because there could not be made any green coverage, no anchoring, and things happen over there. Next please. So I saw in iron ore mines, lot of plantation takes place. Now wherever this tree plantation is there, but below there can you see anything? And nothing there, nothing grows. And when I was told that the million of number of trees were planted by forest department and others, but out of million there is some 50%, 30%, 40% like that survive. But the survived tree, how they multiply? We are not bothered about that, what is the survival. Maybe even 10% survival is okay. But are they multiplying? When they will multiply, there comes what Samir has said, that how exactly we'll be creating food forestry. Next please. Now, this is what happens. Our many washed out slope plantations, they slide down, and with that the whole tree goes. The gully formations, I think that is the biggest, it is in the iron ore finds. This type of gully you may not find in some of the coal mine, but some part of it we have seen today when we went, there are a lot of reels and gullies. Because there are certain things that some technology we have to follow. Unfortunately, neither of our mining textbook or in the mining teaching, CMD sir was telling that exactly we do not do many of the reality things do not come in our academics and textbook. Because academically we are more interested in how many exactly my paper get published in the international journal, and they will be doing for that if my research will have to be appreciated by in a foreign conference. But that's what I tell in that this type of problem, if we study and all that thing, nobody will be publishing me a good paper and then we get limited. And our academics, if the students and teachers are here, I will request, please start writing for Indian National Journal, start attending Indian seminar and conference and workshops. Because as Government of India gives money for the academics to go for abroad for their conferences and all, mushroom of this foreign people, they organize conferences and our taxpayer money goes into that. We need to be, that is a different issue. Please, next one please. So, now these are drained effort, lot of material goes over there. Next please. Next. This is a type of scenario I think you are all accustomed to it in your rain and spoil dump, that exactly how a siltation, and this is going where? All these things are going either to the river or to the agricultural field or near to the area Now these silts, they do not have organic carbon. They may not be having, they may be having toxic also. If they go and in the agricultural field it is covering, that exactly your fruit, that plant supporting microorganisms and things like that, they will be die below that. So your indirect effect of this gully formations and all, it will be much more. The environmentalist you can create a model, you can make that cost effectiveness, this cost analysis of gully formation. We have not done. You search, you will not find a single paper, any cost analysis of this particular things. Next one, please. So this is another things you can see that how that our the water from the mining area, this shows that exactly what is there. If there is no acid, but it is definitely there are a lot of suspended solid. Now if there is a over rainfall, then you can see that it will be all going to the forest. In the non-mining area also, that beyond our buffer zone, this may create a dying out of forest. Next please. Dying out, I could see in Papua New Guinea there is a mine called Oktedi mines, Oktedi copper mine, from where our India also get their copper concentrate from there. Because there is a copper and gold, they used to use cyanide for their processing. And those water were going and a vast area of forest all dried. A rainforest, they became just exactly no tree at all. So that type of situation may be created. You can see here the slope stabilizations, they give this coir mate and all. I always tell the coir mate and all this is not necessary if we do by our natural means. Next please. So restoration of such sites, and then it will be how you will do that. If we leave it like this, in future, where from that our next generations will have to get lot of money for this. We talk about our escrow fund for the mine closure guideline, they say. Now have they really calculated that how much will be requiring for the restoration if the things do not happen? A good example is in Australia right now. There was a mine site restoration, that is post-mining site restorations work were there. Initially they were developed to be, it will be covering your, I think 350 million Australian dollar were supposed to be there. After 3-4 years now, its cost has gone to $1.4 billion. But the things are not covered because restoring a forest at the later stage, it is so much and that money is coming. And because of that, you must be knowing about that in the US, the super fund was generated. Because US is the country where exactly they did not have any this legal provisions for mine site. They were very haphazard and they have damaged the nature a lot. But anyway, next please, quickly I'll go. So this is what exactly you know the story. Next please. So this type of area we need to restore. Next please. So that your land degradations, and this is, we'll have to see, you can see that the how overburden dam keep on burning, that fire you can see, but at the same time there is a pit lake also. That pit lake, how it is to be there, that is another thing. When we discuss about the post-mining mine site restoration, how the pit lake formation and that pit lake utilization is another area. Today I have seen you have got a very good pit lake near Bosundhara. And I was telling that exactly that's the ideal site, as Samir was also telling, to create a big tourism. At the same time, by the nearby site, we can make a forestry with a provisioning of all your mining complex here. Whatever the milk required can be also provided from there. And for the meat eater can be that your meat can come from that your hillock. And the power also to create that hillock and the milk, the power can come. I was looking into that pit lake and was thinking of a floating solar panel. Floating solar panel will be producing that, and then the pump will be giving the water to the top, and there will be creating a grassland at the back of it, because a lot of area will be creating that sheep, that is or the goat farm, and some cattle farm. The milk and the meat also will be coming from there, and all around from the slope will be doing a total bioreclamation. That is, will be tree, and there because the type of food forest which is getting produced in this Assam or whatever has been tried in Meghalaya will be much different from our. We are having a top surface which is the soil which has come from 60 meter below or 70 meter below, it is overburden. Overburden is not a soil, but that soil formation will have to be there. But for that, to get a raised bed plantations, the amount of grass, leaves and all will be there, that is also not here. So, but thing is that we will have to find, nearby there is agricultural field, and then we have seen while coming over here, lot of agricultural field are, in Assamese we say, son pada mati. That means usme kabhi koi khet nahi kar raha hai. That may be a very good idea for our using a drone and playing some of the things that make a lot of biomass along with food. अब रहर दाल का उसमें सेट कर दीजिए, जिसे वहीं होने दीजिए, जिसका जमीन है वो आकर के देखेगा अरे मेरे यहाँ दाल हो गया है, वो जाकर के उसको लेने लगेगा. अब वहां अब इस टाइप का सीड डाल दीजिए, सीड बॉम्बिंग कीजिए, देन दोज पीपल दो आर नॉट डूइंग एनीथिंग बिकॉज नेचर को कुछ नहीं चाहिए. आप वहां टिल्टिंग मत कीजिए. देयर इन हिज स्लाइड्स इफ यू हैव मार्क्ड वन वर्ड दैट योर कल्टीवेशंस विदाउट टिल्टिंग. आप सॉइल को डिस्टर्ब नहीं करना, हम ऊपर से ड्रोन से उसमें ऊपर दे देंगे, लोगों को लेने दीजिए, उनका जमीन में कुछ होगा, वहां एक मैंगो ट्री हो जाता है, उसको मैंगो के लेकिन खाने के लिए वो आ जाएगा. हालांकि वो नहीं कर रहे, बट वी नीड टू क्रिएट बायोमास. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. नाउ exactly if we do not do, what may happen if you go to Saibasa, that side, this is one of the very pathetic example how, if you know that in our 60s 70s everywhere this asbestos was very common. आप asbestos sheet का पूरा देखते हैं, ये asbestos सब हम लोग झारखंड से आते थे. These mines were exactly now after 56 Tata Birla सब वहाँ से asbestos का mining किए हैं. But today even after 40 years that looks like this, and the people are suffering from asbestosis and lot of diseases and all that thing. So we don't want such type of legacy. Next one please. So our societal environment and then domains of social life and quality of life, for that all of us will have to learn that how to explain the roles of mining industry in development of the neighborhood community through sustainable development plans, and examine the good and adverse impacts of mining on the society. And on that, wrongly my other slides are coming and I was telling about that capital wealth creation, that social capital creation, that is exactly a follow-up of this type of studies. Next please. So what mining industry plays a significant, but positive sides of mining, all of us we know. It creates wealth, it brings economic growth, provides services. Next please, quickly. So I'll take just 10 minutes. Next, just are they sustainable? Mine closure may cease those provisions. So how to minimize the impacts? Next please. So this you will have to, what is going to happen after mine closure? That all of us need to know. Now in this particular area, if no mining, what are the economic business exist here? Can you tell me, any one of you who are local from here? You imagine a period, no coal mining, all coal mining is over. How the people will survive here? All of the officers and people who have come from different classes, they will go. Because the educated and other people, these are migratory people. The migratory people will go, then what will remain over here? Some of the villages which are there here for 1,000 years. And then with them, what are the things, what are the business they will be having? Agriculture के conditions हम लोग देख रहे हैं. Now, if for 10 years an agricultural field is not working, what you are losing is the traditional agricultural skill. When traditional agricultural skill is not there, then somebody else will have to come and colonize here for doing that farming. The local people who have the very good traditional knowledge, who had a very good traditional wisdom for their food, they will not be, then after that when they will be coming, they will be cultivating over there. Maybe, अगर मुझे देते हम तो उसमें भांग का खेत करेंगे. ये जो गांजा जो भांग है उसका खेत करेंगे, क्योंकि दो चीज है. हाँ? अर्निंग जनरेट है, लेकिन नहीं, दूसरा चीज भी है. तो यू मे बी नोइंग दैट द ऑयल फ्रॉम गंजा का जो ऑयल है दैट इज ए वेरी गुड मेडिसिनल, और उसको फॉर सेल पॉलिश के लिए, और वो गंजा का पत्ता से अगर वो ऑयल निकलने के बाद जो रेसिड्यू होता है दैट कैन बी मेड ए वेरी गुड बिस्कुट बिकॉज दैट इज ए गुड कार्बोहाइड्रेट एंड फाइबर. तो दैट व्हेन द पीपल गो एंड टेलिंग दैट गांजा को हमको ये काट के फेंक देना है, लेकिन बिकॉज दैट हैज गॉट लॉट ऑफ गुड यूज, but somewhere when the people just, because it's grow wildly, naturally if it is growing it has got certain value, because we have misused it for some other uses because we have not made the productive uses. So next, so economic utilization of the post mining assets. Now you will have to think of what are our post mining assets. At that time there will be building, there will be a railway line, there will be your hospitals and all, though doctors may not be there, the medicine may not be there, there will be some buildings, your quarters, there will be lot of quarters. Now if I go to this, your after outsourcing came from 1997-99 in Coal India, if you go to ECL, you will find lot of quarters are lying vacant, nobody stays over there, and they are exactly because of unuse, they are getting destroyed. So like that you will be having lot of assets. Now this and the waste, this overburden. So I am not reading all the things over here, please quickly going there. So mining and local community, that exactly what our happening to the community if we pollute their river and stream. You may see that if anywhere that survival is water, how you are exactly, environmentalists again they will be telling, how you are protecting the water. Exactly, every pond, every river, every water body, are they exactly, we are bringing that water from there, from that particular pond, but I did not see many aerations and all that thing. There are, from the side stream water is coming, you are taking it for your drinking water also, you may be treating somewhere, but there, I could not see much of the protections or much of the care taken of the water body. There is also, while coming on the roadside, I saw a small stream that is there with a lot of your high suspended load, but thing also, there also certain things will be there on the rivers. How the sidewise your protections will have to be given. Anyway, next will be coming. Next one is the amount of mineral that can be extracted from certain locations can be exhausted after some time, is natural things. Then temporary local employment that may be there, but local community will lose all this their present existing system. So mining affects people's health directly. आप जब यहाँ से माइन खत्म करके चले जाओगे, after that also people will be having lungs disease. Dust particles are already there. There will be, I think, I do not know whether human body gets genetically modified or not, I do not know, but adaptation is there. So we will be adapting in different way. Usually somebody says that during the corona, many of our people who are living on the streets and all, they did not get, because they have got so much immune to virus, because they have adapted their body in that way, but whatever it is. So next one please. So our community concerns that free and open access to the natural endowment. That also Baroli Sahab was telling. Our nature has given us plenty, we will have to take it, and that natural endowment, and of course visual impacts. We are right to get a beautiful sun in the morning. We are exactly in our childhood, some of you may feel that on the tree, lot of this, your birds will be there and coming and these things. In the morning, when the sun is there, the birds, different type of playing their musics and all. We are having a good aesthetic value, but that visual impact is not there. So now, one thing is there, green open space, that also losing. If you go to any city now, one thing, whenever I stand in any town, I look at like this, and how much sky I can see. Even in our own IIT campus, that 20 years ago, the amount of sky from any road I could see, today I cannot see. That sky view factor, this is affecting, means your openness, that gives also your thinking openness, that is also shrinking. If you do not see openness, how exactly looking into the road and being all the time conscious about that your accidents and things like that, your thinking process may be shrinking, I do not know. Next, traffic density, population density. So there are different methods. Please go to the next one. Next one, I'll slide about this methodology and all that students will learn. Now, these are exactly the quality of life domain. We'll have to see wealth, housing, health, education, educational facilities, health facilities, social relations. Now, these attributes, are we going to get, when I was talking about that societal capital, that are we generating lot of things for this after mining? Next please. So financial provisioning of the mine closure and social concern, we'll have to do that sustainability plan. Now that is your, what will be the post closure mine use, what are the key stakeholders, what are the potential social impacts, and what are the risks that to be analyzed. Next please. Now, and that's your, how will you do that thing in what schedule? That I'm telling you in a very briefly, that when you talk of the sustainable planning, that post-closure utilizations, a lot of things will have to be taken into consideration in the planning. Now, I request all the mine manager, please open up the mine closure plan of yours. Does it address the community welfare? Does it address the post-mining liability? Does it address your schedule by which you will be going? Does it tell exactly what is your liability limit? What are your risks? Have they been calculated? Then if I say that mine closure plan should be thrown out, we must revisit our mine closure plans, whatever is made by CMPDI, with due respect to CMPDI, because they did a very good job of making 248 number or like that number of mine closure plans within a very short time, because government wanted in that way. Government did not give a proper time and the policy and the preparation. Now whatever has been done, that has exactly set our country into this proper route. Now it is time CMPDI along with the others to sit down each and every one, all mine closure plan. Even if not as a, that is whatever the statutory, every mine should have their own planning so that they do not get the liabilities to kick them on the side. And that liability, nobody will be happy. Next one please. So local economic development program is one of the most important thing, because we need a how to community wealth will be generated. Next please. Next. So the utilization of the mine waste, that is where the circular economy, I was telling that waste to wealth, this waste to wealth, how exactly the benefits will be brought. Now for that, conversion of our overburden dumps into forest. Now that is a big challenge. This is not like just creating food forest in Assam or Meghalaya. We'll have to create a forest, and then wherever there is certain degree of success is there in the plantation, we have vegetation. Now will that vegetation be surviving as a forest? Yes, because nature builds itself. See, when the Tata's mines of say in Normandy and all that thing, where in 2630 there used to be the 1926 there were mining, they did not do any mine closure plan. They did not, they left it over there because they had land. But there, even your Leopard came and gave their pubs. That is, they were naturalizations. Lot of, they planted later on some Amazon tree and all that thing, exotic trees they grew. The forests were created. It is a beautiful forest now. But it took almost 100 years. We cannot wait for that, because at that time they had a mindset for exactly one or two small mines were there, and that they have taken 100 years to get it back. Now we are doing about 28,000 small mines in India. If all these things is to wait for 100 years for retrieving, by that time our economic activities will what happen. So that's why we need rapid regeneration of our mine out area and the post mining area. Next please. So this exactly, there could be a different type of possible uses of the mine waste, whether from those waste product can be used for road construction, construction materials, building industry, material for landfill as a material supply, or we'll have to do some value-added supply, or we'll have to create it for the other livelihood, other business. So next one, post-mining remnants and revitalization. So this is a terminology that what is left to it, the other country they have made now law. Poland has made their revitalization act. So similarly, we'll have to have a multi-pronged legal, economic, social, political, but technological. And in that when I talk about the AI and this machine learning, that means how we'll be putting all your mines where that burning is taking place. What is most important? That is we have seen that Forest Department has done the plantation, all trees died. Because we have not put the sensors over there, how the surface temperature, at least you should have a satellite image, and that almost if it is 5 years, every year, how the surface temperature is changing. We need to make out from there exactly total thermal mapping of the area to find out where exactly things. And some of the area where more under that air is accessing, I tell you about eco-mortar. Take cement and clay and cow dung, mix it, make a thin layer of about 5 millimeter and spray over there. It will make an impermeable layer, no air will go inside, the fire will subside. Now if the fire subsides, after that you give some long penetrating root grass. If the vetiver grass, it can go up to 65 degree. If below temperature is also there, up to 65 degree, the vetiver grass root will be taking out over there. If they started consuming some of this, that they will be making in such a way, they will make a big cover over there. When vetiver will be there, the soil density will be increasing. When density will be increasing, the air flow towards that will be decreasing, so the burning rate will be decreasing. There are technology. So for that, what is required? We'll have to put sensors at different places. The AI will have to take out that whole thing is monitoring, and that environmental office, it is coming, okay, this time it is coming over here. Then you'll have to see also if there are pyrites, sulfates are there, leachates will be coming. Maybe I do not know here whether your overburden has got any pyrite or not. If sulfate rock is there, so you'll have to see give a more care. So that's why overburden rock characterizations, as I said today, I saw that your pigment rock in your overburden lying. Maybe it is a very small scale, but it can help your local community to do some of the social activities over there. Next please. So this value of the post-mining objects, whatever is there, we'll have to think of this cognitive value, deductive value, commercial value, transition value. That deductive value is how we learn from there. Future mining technology will have to get some of this cognitive value, how your learning get developed. Those things will have to be. Next please. So what exists in post-mining site? Your now post-mining site, your pit, your underground, your shaft, these are also a relics over there. Can we monetize it? Whatever is lying over there, so that spoiled banks, your overburden dumps and all these things are there, waste dumps, that your mining surface infrastructure, discarded and obsolete machines, your broken wires and cables and all these things lying over there, these are the things. Now next one please. What they have done in Japan, this Toei gold mine in Japan, in Fukuoka, that island, it was 100 years ago, this iron gold mine, now they have converted to a museum. Please say. Next please. So people inside, they make about 100 meter, you can go inside, and inside they have made this, all the models of the old miner, how they did it. People go buy ticket and see, and then while they go, tourists come, in front they have made a trance, and then they kept the gold particles, and you know that hand panning. By doing the hand panning, they take out the dust and as a souvenir, and the people go. And in that particular site, the Cameroon football team, they go for that what is called acclimatizations with, because it is a high that climate. So they have made a multi-purpose use of that particular mine site, and the mine site has become a wealth. So next one please. So that is economic utilization of post-mining structures. A good example is our Lido Colliery. Bora Sahab knows about it, that how that has been converted to such a beautiful, that your a museum is there. Next please. But thing is that, so here is not clear, but in say in 1997 that Bargolai accident takes place in Northeast Coalfield. After that, that whole colony and all this thing is such a dilapidated. Today nothing is there, no actions, and that exactly you can see that Tipong Colliery, a heritage site because of this mine locomotive. This is a mine which has started in 1882, but that we have not yet developed into a tourism or things like that, because by the side of it, it is such a ecological area. Lot of birds come, lot of butterflies come. This can be a good model of a mine tourism. Next one please. So post-mining objects can be revitalized for tourist and recreational purposes. Your historical, technological, social, architectural and scientific values are there. Those relics, it may be looking like a waste, but it may have got of different value. That's why I said that whether it has got didactic value, commercial value, your business value, or your cognitive value, you will have to use it. Next. So revitalization, it is a multi-directional, complementary and mutually reinforcing activities will have to be taken over there. So revitalization, as I said that mine closure, I put it, the goal of mine closure is, what is the goal of mine closure? Goal of mine closure? Goal of mine closure? Completion. Mining will have to be completed, we will have to stop all these things, but site must be revitalized. Because revitalizing is what? Before mining was there, that was also serving the society. They are vital for that. They are vital for the community. Community around that mining area, 1,000 years history they have. That means by our mining, are we closing them and making them to go? No. So we'll have to revitalize. That is to be a complex process. Revitalizing means making that, because we have removed the topsoil, brought these things, water body is this water drainage system is disturbed, rainwater now exactly cannot get stored over there. You think of those hilltop mines. Many of the hilltop mines, when you cut that things like that, below that, during the rainy season, that water used to store, and from there the streams were coming and they were giving the perennial source for the rivers. Now what is happening? During the rain season, only flash flood. All water is going to the sea. And during the dry season, no water. Have we made a water caverns for there? At least thanks to that, very hydrogeologist who has converted Tata's number of at least water recharging centers and all that thing. That how exactly your rainwater harvesting in the mine site. Because the rainwater will have to be retained because of our disturbance in the mine site, the local drainage network has been changed. So anyway, next please quickly let us fill it over there. Next. Next. Necessary intervention of the mine site methodology will have to do. Next please. So necessary interventions, how will you do? That is your certain things, your information needs will have to be collected. Next please. So this is exactly again in Poland. That 1921 it looked like this, and today at 2018 it can look like this. We'll have to convert some of the mine site into this form. Next please. So here in that in Dolona, this was an edit in 1920. It is this same place in that how they have kept the things as an exhibit. Next please. So these are the area I was telling about how will you do it. Next please. So that means wherever your slopes need to be vetiverization, that vetiverization how it will have to do. You will have to do first the reclamation. When you do the reclamations, I saw here, I think I was telling that our slopes have been made, but without slope drain. The drain is a very vital thing in the, because your gully formations, which I saw over there, because there is no properly designed, this drains. If we make these drains and make the safety berm, your gully formations will not come, and then it will be very prone for this. Your siltations and migration of silts, those problems can be technically solved. Next please. So this is exactly how I started. You can see that to doing that work, how people had to do a lot of hard job in changing this. That vetiver plantation has got a methodology, and to do it properly, then only it will give result. Next please. So these are some figures not very clear. In 2012 some figures you can, I think this here is the next please. So then the gully formations and then sliding, that sometimes tension cracks you can see over there. We'll have to do an engineering analysis by site inspections. I thank to the gunny bag that whatever the things were created at Tata Steel, because of these gunny bags I could make it the things to stabilize, and once the vetiver grew, then there is no need of any other, it stabilized by itself. Next please. So this is exactly how the things started doing, you can see. So that the water do not go and make gully formations, I retained that, you can see the drains were formed, and then also giving because there was a reverse directional flow, I keep it as a polythene sheet, so that if any rain comes, that also will be coming towards that drain, and then from that next please. So this started growing over there. Next please. So in between this, there were 1 meter gap, and in between we started giving these vegetables and other thing, because we found that that soil is no toxic, nothing is there, so you can grow. Next please. No toxic, nothing is there, so you can grow. Next please. That I often say, this was the first watermelon in an overburden dump of iron ore mines. So this came in between the vetivers, and then you can see the next please. So this is the way things site started transforming. Next. So you can see that growth in 6 months. Now that here this was a good rainfall in this monsoon, soil has got good moisture content now. It is the right time in coming 1 month. You can develop this vetiver, that for that a nursery will have to be created, and then it will take about 21 days plus 14 days. That will be necessary for developing the slips for ready for the plantations, and for that you will, if you take say about 10,000 square meter, you will be requiring about 1 lakh of these saplings. Now that for putting that 1 lakh saplings to survive in very adverse conditions, first you will have to do it on a polypack. In that as a 3:1 ratio with soil and cow dung, you will have to make it, and then you will have to put it in some, that after growing them on the pot for about 14 days, then you will have to be planting into that systematic manner. So this procedure can be followed to good. Next please. So these are the result. Next. And then once this soil get ready, regenerations, these are the papaya in that overburden dump. Next please. So you can see that that was about 30-35 years. Some fine iron ore fines were having like that, and lot of erosions taking place. It is almost a vertical. I created a vertical green wall like that with a vetiver. It is in Bolani mines. Next please. So, and that has been done in different places. We may require sometimes this type of scaffolding of bamboo and things like that in China, and there are about more than 40 countries this vetiver has been used. Next please. Now this is another method by Miyawaki method, how I created this artificial forest over the overburden dump. Next please. So this is exactly the sevai grass that for khatiya banane ke liye jo hai na, this, if you can put this, then you can make rope. But for that, another thing I could not, that exactly I saw when I went to Mr. Bordelot's food forest, I found one creeper, and that creeper they used to tie this, the elephant. Then you can think the tensile strength. I have asked him to send me 1 to 10, measure the tensile strength of that particular creeper, जिससे हाथी को बांध करके रखते हैं. तो अगर such type of things can, हम लोग का तो खटिया में तो ये ग्रास से बनाते हैं. So that means the nature can give. Next please. So this is within 2 years we created a forest, which was a very good demonstrations in 2014 I made. Next please. But as a Navy has also done a lot of work. Many of you may be knowing. Next please. This is also the good vegetations done in Goa also. Next please. So these are in of course from Neyveli. Next please. So these type of eco restorations can be made, say, from that conditions to bring up to that extreme D conditions. It is all possible. Next please. So landscape planning, that when we are telling about this hydro seeding, that is your the slopes and all, we may do a hydro seeding, and you can see the drainage. Many a time it goes, your all the old tires. Old tires can be a very good thing for stabilizing your slopes and stabilizing your making your water courses. That between two that slopes, if you are to make a that if that there is a very high rainfall and things going, your drain, you can make it such type of things like that. Next please. So that this is a post mining environment care, how they have made exactly a amphitheater has been created in a mine. That pond is there, that exactly a recreation center the mine line can be converted to. So this is exactly the site revitalization. Next please. So you can do, I think in India also, that SCCL, they have done this, I think we were discussing in those days in coal board that I think a lot of work with Mr. Sahab was very much pioneering this about the coal near, that in WCL, they did a lot of that sand mining and that coal near part. This is a very good example of our Indian work on this. Next please. So this is another thing, SCCL have started this floating restaurant. This floating restaurant that we go, then they are making a lot of fish. That same pond they are getting fish, and same fish they are making a floating restaurant. Why not? Next. So this is exactly that setting of a closer outcome. We'll have to plan a lot of things. So we can stop these presentations. So I tried to tell you about that artificial intelligence, machine learning will have to be made towards this revitalization. That revitalization is exactly understanding. We'll have to involve. That's why this whole thing can be done. When I started that vetiver plantation, I told that Mr. Rubu Satpati was there and that Pankaj Satija. I was telling them that I need only some degree people whose degree should be MABF. MABF degree holders only can transform. That is, metric appeared but failed. That school dropouts. That school dropout, they did this exactly, and that is where we talk about now that community involvement. You give the contractor, because there is a system of our working, you will have to give it to the contractor will do, but those people who will be there, we will train and things like that there. But thing is that as an academic institutions, our job is to start, after that somebody will have to continue. But it's my Coal India, we created something as a horticulture garden on overburden dump at Sonpur Bazari. It was a very good demonstrations, and nearby 5 villages, we gave them a lot of livelihood support also, but as a CSR project, after that project, it did not continue. But I feel that the community whom we tried to bring it, after that there were no leadership. So that's why I am happy here when I see some young environmentalists and CSR people are there at MCL. So for you, it will be the challenge to keep the community involved and start working over there. As I said, the mine site revitalization is a complex process and requires input from all. Naturalists, environmentalists, and at the top, this your AI and that our intelligence will have to be put. So though we know that in spite of that, I am very sorry, Pandey. I was told that several times that I need to present my paper, article, but somehow today there was a mass in the sense maybe hurrying too much of things like that, the wrong thing also is there. But my other presentations which I have given, that one for supporting my these presentations. For those exactly, I was told that there are some students and teachers, so I kept some additional about 74 slides also, so that some of the concepts, if they want, they can take it over there and they see, and if any questions, anytime I am available for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge on one of the important and challenging topics to every mining industry, that is mine closure and post-mine closure activities. Here, I would like to mention that under the guidance of Sustainable Development Cell, Ministry of Coal, we are developing 5 eco parks at MCL. Further, it is to mention that we are also taking up Miyawaki technique of plantation, which is high density multi-canopy type of technique, which will help in development of forest in 10 times more compared to conventional method of forest development. We'll now move forward to our last presentation of the evening. Before the presentation, I would like to introduce Sir to this forum. Professor Himanshu Bhushan Sahu is currently working as a professor at the Department of Mining Engineering at NIT Rourkela, India. He was the head of the department for the last 3 years. He is an alumnus of NIT Rourkela and obtained his PhD degree from IOT ISM Dhanbad in 2004. He has more than 27 years of experience in teaching and research activities. His current research interests are environmental impact assessment and management in mining, design of rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge structures, and solid fuel and clean coal technology. He has published more than 48 research papers in international and national journals and has presented 51 papers in national and international conferences. He has chaired several technical sessions in both national and international conferences and workshops. He has also visited Monash University, Melbourne, and University of New Wales, Sydney, Australia, as a part of World Bank funded project on Technical Education Quality Improvement Program. He has received Srimati Balatundan Award by MGMI for his contribution towards management of environment in mines during the year 15-16. Currently, he is working as a member of State Expert Appraisal Committee under the State Environmental Impact Assessment Authority. He has also been nominated as a member of the Expert Committee by the Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India, to formulate the modified metal mining regulations. Last month, he has been nominated as a board member of the State Pollution Control Board, Odisha. He is active in spreading awareness in environment-related issues as technical and keynote speaker in workshops and conferences and also through radio talks. Sir, please proceed with the presentation.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. And first of all, thanks to MCL for this honor to share my experiences. I am not an expert in this plantation and all this, but in the course of time, I have worked with many of the MCL mines. I have worked in other mines. Pathakshar has worked vastly on these plantation aspects. I have worked on little aspect of it on the erosion control, sedimentation control, so the runoff management. And incidentally, some of them are very common. Sir told about the Tata Steel mines. For the first time, I went to see the Sukina mines. As Pathak sir said, this is the whatever that was started by Pathak sir. So from there, I learned about those things. And wherever I go, I do advise that you can experiment with this because it's a very good option. Right? I can consider myself to be a part of MCL because I have seen almost all the open cast and underground mines of MCL. And there are many in the audience, my seniors, also students, and many managers with whom I have worked in the mines in different capacities, out of my own interest as a part of my PhD and also subsequently as part of the collaborative projects. And meanwhile, as in the initial presentations, it was pointed out some of the problems and the gap between industry and academia. I have noted down some of the problems, and I think, sir, probably we'll come up with 2-3 problems at least we'll take up. I'll discuss with my faculty, and we will come up with some ways of solving those problems to start with. Now, it's a challenge for me after Pathak sir's talk to maintain this enthusiasm in a short duration of time. But fortunately, some part of it is already covered by Pathakchar, so I'll just keep through. But I'll share the experiences that you can take home and you can implement in your minds. And gradually, time will come. Initially, say 20 years back, some part of Belpad and Lakhanpur was shown. I think Lakhanpur was shown. I think Chilambar Sharan missed the Lilari part. While we were visiting Lilari, along with the surveyor and other environmental staff, I was surprised that it was full, it was complete forest, like a virgin forest, right? And due recognition should go to those people who have made it that forest. The sorry part is that probably since you are planning to combine these three and again you have to rehandle, all the hard work will be lost. Maybe you have to again start from the scratch to again make that forest. Can we move forward? So this is the fact. We have 16% of the global population with 2 to 3% of surface area. So very little land available to us. And that is why the rehabilitation, reclamation or restoration has to gain importance. It has, after this implementation of the mine closure plan and after the awareness being spread, be it among the mining community, the surrounding communities, we have very actively started on it. I'll just make it a structured way and skip these portions which have already been covered by Pathakchar. Next, please. Okay. This is one of your mines. If you can recognize at the very early stage of this mining. In fact, I was fortunate to see a few mines which were in the very early stage. When I went to Hingula way back in 97, it was probably the box cut was just started. This is Vasundhara open cast mining. The purpose of showing this is that when we start mining, we have to take out the topsoil and the overburden. But then the amount of this topsoil and overburden that will, and the amount of production that we'll make is all dependent upon the thickness of the topsoil, the overburden and the mineral. And then to what extent the land would be affected is also dependent upon these parameters, in the sense that the next table. Okay. So next table. What happens is, initially when we take out the topsoil, grub the land, cut the trees, make the land barren, it starts with water scarcity, the greenery is lost, temperature starts to rise, so there is generation of the barren lands. So when the land becomes barren, there is direct sunlight, direct impact of the rain. So when rain dislodges a particle, more surface is exposed, and then it keeps on going on. The gully formation and all that are examples of that. So erosion starts, further erosion, more siltation, drying of water bodies because it's barren, no plantation is there. So it continues in a cycle that I call the land deterioration cycle. Next, please. Okay. So to what extent the land would be degraded would obviously be dependent upon mineral to mineral, the surroundings that has the potential to absorb the negative impacts, the geographical disposition and the size of the operations. Now what happens when you compare the coal mining operations through that of the metal mining operations? Coal mining operations 1000 hectares, 1500 hectares more compared to the iron ore or chromite 250, 300, 400 or 500 hectares only, right? And the problem in case of ours, like country like India, is most of our production is from open cast mines. Pathakchar has already pointed out. So I'll just simply give a table. Next. This a norm that we take is only a few minerals I have listed here. Now there are other heavy metals that we mine that will have also significant impacts. So for last year data, when I am taking from open cast mines in Coal India, it was about for the whole country, is about 684.86 million tons, and overburden and waste removed were of the order of 1926.39 million meter cube, and it's estimated that about 10,175 hectares of land was affected by this. The norm being that for each million ton of coal extracted, about 25 hectares of land is affected, and accordingly, when we project it out for limestone, bauxite, iron and manganese, etc., we can see the amount of land that is affected, and coal being the predominant mineral being mined, substantial land is being affected. The references of the data I have given below. Next one. Okay. Now, there is, sometimes we take these three terms concurrently, rehabilitation, reclamation and restoration. Rehabilitation is the plan we make for post-mining land use. With that, we carry out the operations, backfill, and try to bring the land to a position as per our expectations, as per our planning. Whereas reclamation is where the conditions will be such that it will be hospitable to organisms, microorganisms, and also bring some other of the biodiversity to that place. Whereas in restoration, there is no flexibility at all. That means the condition that was pre-mining, the condition will be the same post-mining. Pataks are already told it's impossible to do restoration, particularly for mining areas, because the geology is disturbed, even if we backfill. It will be 100% difficult to bring back the same material. And I was talking about the problem that arises. MCL is fortunate that the stripping ratio is about 1.1, BCCL probably 4 point something, and MCL or some other mention 5.4, iron and bauxite, there are more. So the problem is, at one side we have less amount of OB and soil to be removed, more amount of coal, but then when we backfill, we do not have the materials to fill. So that poses a challenge, particularly in many mines, including that of MCL. So what the industry prefers is typically rehabilitation. What the regulators would prefer is reclamation. And what the ecologists or the activists they would prefer would restoration. But it was very difficult, it would be costly, very difficult, particularly in the mining scenario. But in order to implement either the rehabilitation, reclamation or restoration, what we need to have is the database, which we typically did not have earlier. And so this, unless we maintain the database, because our next step would be to, while we plan for reclamation, we have to reconstruct the topography. Unless we have the data, how will we reconstruct? So for this, we need to have the data, the mapping, either in the form of scale maps, remote sensing area, and this must be available. Then we have to have the geological and geotechnical investigations. Of course, these days we are doing it. Earlier, these databases were not there. In most of the mines, we now have this database. Then micrological and climatological investigation, because this in turn would support the vegetation, would decide upon how much moisture content would be there in this strata. Movement of quantity, quality and movement and storage of water above the surface as well as below the surface. Next. Okay, then what is the type of the topography? Was it rugged, was it rolling, gentle or smooth? And when we go for reconstruction of the topography, it must blend with the undisturbed landscape. As some of the photographs that we have seen earlier in many of the presentation, you will find there is a mismatch. Even if we are rehabilitating or reclaiming, there is a mismatch. One part is a hill, then there is a complete fall. It should match gently or smoothly. Then the data is with respect to the water holding capacity, which directly influences the plant productivity, the leaching potential and replenishment of the groundwater. Right? Now, soil is the, when we talk about soil, it's the foundation for almost all life on this planet, right? And what happens is almost 87% of the organisms, microorganisms, insects, animals, everyone, everything that is there, birds, human beings, these are supported by 39 inches of that topsoil. And I'll come to the topsoil again a little later. Then we must maintain the database of the quality, quantity and diversity of vegetation, because when we are going to reconstruct the same, our target should be native, to put back the native species. It has been pointed out time and again, and we may replicate that idea. Next one. I'll skip this one. Okay. Now, next part is the planning for reclamation. Now, many of you are already doing it. It can be simply a reminder of what we may not be doing or where we might be going wrong. First is reconstruction of the topography. So we must have the database, we must have the maps. So we'll try to put the same drainage channels, same slopes, and we must take care to minimize the erosion and runoff. We have to take flood control and sedimental control measures. I'll show you some cases how we can do this. Then we have to provide the foundation for resulting landforms, these proper base has to be strong, support the stability as well as the plantation. Next one is replacement, back please, replacement of topsoil and soil reconstruction. The problem till date is we do not understand the importance of topsoil. In many areas, many mines, mandatorily we are putting the topsoil at a designated place and using it during backfilling. But many of us till date do not understand that to have 1 inch of topsoil, 1 inch thickness of topsoil, it takes about 100 years, at least 100 years. Now just think about while these roads are being made, railway lines are being made, many a time simply the topsoil is being brought from different areas and being put on the roads. This is, you cannot bring, you have to take 100 years to construct that. This is one example that we visited part of Kendrapada, several districts, in fact several blocks of Kendrapada, where there was a complaint of illegal mining. Because Kendrapada is not known to be a mining zone, so we were asked to visit and suggest something. We were curious, what is illegal mining about that? Now what this contractor who was constructing the railway line, what they have done is from the agricultural field, they have stripped the soil and taken and used it in the railway line constructions. So that is where, and then we are asked to suggest the remedial measures that is to be done. And now that is why we all know we had the awareness about air pollution and its control, the problem of water pollution. Now that's the campaign about safe soil is going on worldwide. Next. This we have already discussed, so next one. I'll simply give 2 case studies. What is the selection criteria for plant species? Planting the pollutant tolerant species, fast growing with thick vegetation foliage. There are 2 reasons. Native is one thing, second is in mining areas you have to control dust, control noise. So thick foliage, plants with thick foliage, multifold applications. Vegetation support, then it will act as a barrier for dust, act as a barrier for noise. Right? And then the socio-economic requirement of the people of the surrounding area, and that I will explain in terms of 2 case studies in Indian condition. In fact, one of them is in our state only. Next one. Next one. Next one. These are MCL mines only. Okay. After coming up the mine closure plan, in fact still there when we talk about mine closure, there is a misconception, closure is only after mining, but it has now percolated to every level that the closure starts the day mining starts. And so we have to plan from the start date the mining is opened, after each year to what extent we will close, what type of vegetation we will put and so on. So the effectiveness and success of the planning would depend upon the closure at every phase starting from exploration to closure, or as said till completion. Next. This is South Kalapani Chromite mine. The problem they had is they had a dump of about 100-meter height. The problem is whatever they were putting, the control measures, everything was being washed away, the runoff, because the runoff control measure was not there. So what we did is we made a scientific study and made the accurate assessment of depending upon the rainfall, depending upon the area, and suggested how the water is to be taken down from the top to the bottom, and that is the problem. When we try to stop water anywhere and it comes with certain velocity, it will simply wash away anything. We are seeing these floods, how they are damaging everywhere. And next. And then the problem arises in many cases is from one level taking the water to another level. The amount of sediment, because there are no grassing, not proper terracing, so most of the sediments would simply cover the drains, will flow over the benches and create further gullies. So the vats they were creating, they were so small or design was so poor that the vats were not at all effective. So this is the design that was suggested along with the Gavian structures, and then this was implemented. Probably they are again remodeling this, but this was implemented and they had a good amount of success in terms of control of the erosion. That then subsequently that they would go for plantation. Next. So this is the core matting and plantation Patakchar was showing. Probably this is after his visits. Next. The bottom one is The check dam we suggested, this is in Utkal Alumina, this one of the bauxite mine, Baplimali bauxite mine, where what happens is they would need water, and also this is on top of the hill. The cattle is dependent upon this water, and the water would simply, the dam design was not proper, so it would simply go down, downhills probably there is a dam. So now after this construction of these dams, there is recharging of water. This is utilized by the mine for dust suppression, and also the cattle is dependent upon this. Next. This is the case study that I am presenting. This is in Sesa, Goa. This is of Shanklin mine. It's spread over an area of 200 hectares, and mining started in 1960, exhausted in 88. What they did is, this is one of the earliest works on vegetation and reclamation. So they covered the top with clay and laterite terrace. They constructed the check dams, settling ponds, and then planted acacia and cashew. And what they did is next, they carried out this pot culture experiment. What happened is in order to identify what type of plant species will survive and tolerate the inhospitable mining conditions, they would plant a tree, and then they would put a pot nearby with water, so that the plant would take continuity. Now the problem in many areas, mining areas typically, is the moisture holding capacity of the rocks. So the moisture holding capacity, if it is not there, then the plants do not survive. So whenever we try to replicate or carry out reclamation, this is one aspect. Apart from the nutrients, moisture is another predominant factor which we have to consider. Next please. So different local species were planted on the dump in the dry season, and earthen pot was buried next to the plant, and the plant that would be pre-filled at regular intervals. And after 6 months, about 90% survival was observed. And on that basis, they kept on planting further trees, and it was inferred that the local flora can grow on mine rejects, as supported by many of my previous speakers. And if we can supplement it with the microorganisms, organic manure, neem cake, etc., then chances that the survival rate will be much more. Next. There are many case studies elsewhere we have to replicate, and it's not necessary that we will be dependent upon success stories of other agencies. We are now successful even in MCL mines, which you can replicate. The thing is now, as the previous speakers have said, we have to talk about food forestry and that. So not only this revegetation, but revegetation with a purpose. So this is another example of Panchpatmali bauxite mine of Nalco. Can you go to the next slides, final slides. So what they did is, next, they planted back. Next. So as they were, this is terrace mining. So as they were keeping on mining, what they did is, in the reclaimed areas, they planted selected forest and fruit bearing species in the backfilled area, right? And then they transplanted to polypods containing soil, sand, and farmyard manure in 2:1:1 proportion. And the spacing adopted was 2 meter into 2 meter, so 2,500 plants per hectare. And what they did is, they did Niger cultivation and they did coffee plantation. Next. Next. So this is the Niger cultivation there. Next is coffee plantation. Coffee, as you know, Koraput coffee is going to be a brand now. It's now being available in many places. Even in our campus, we have a new startup. They have come up with the branding of Koraput coffee. So the essence purpose of this talk was sensitization, not giving a technical expertise. These are technical peoples. We can talk about the techniques of sedimentation control, erosion control, which we have done for MCL mines also. We are doing for other mines. But the problem with mining, as per se, is it's very dynamic. So once we design for 1 year, next time it has advanced. So we have to keep pace with that dynamism. So the planning has to be in that direction, so that the drains that we design, and for the next year, we may redesign that drain to keep pace with the progress of mining. Next. So to conclude, it's an ongoing activity. We all know, we have come to know, the environmental scientists are already implementing in the field. And the sustainable reclamation could contribute to the quality of the environment on a long-term basis, where environmental resources are protected for future generations. The land after reclamation must be suitable for the highest previous use of greatest economic or social values, because that is where Pathak sir posed a question that what will happen if the mine is closed 20 years, 25 years down the line when the mines are exhausted, what will happen, how the people will survive. So we have to think in that line. When Mr. Samir asked that think of a fruit, think of something that will give you pleasure and the reminder of a grandmother, immediately it came to my mind guava. So we have to think in these lines. Not only we'll put the vegetation, but we'll put this vegetation with a purpose that the community will get livelihood long after we are gone. Thank you, everyone. Any questions? I'll answer or dinner time, whatever you are comfortable.
Any question from anyone? Okay, thank you so much,
Sorry, I have
sir.
to be very fast because it's already very late.
War mines.
Yes, yes.
Same thing. They are also
So these are already our experiences. We have to confident that now we are successful already. There is no need that we are dependent upon foreign countries to take their examples. We are already successful. I was talking about Lilari. I am a native of Angul, and in my, let's say, teen days, I used to visit those areas. That was completely barren land. Now, when I visit Bharatpur these days, when I go to Lingaraj, it gives a lot of pleasure. When we see the picture on your main slide, main presentation, that of the silo and the surrounding landscape, I just think, can we do it for all the mines? Right.
Now here exactly you have said about Panchpatmali. I just like to say you one thing. I think near Panchpatmali there is a vast agricultural land and certain rice which has got a very special taste and things like that.
They grow there.
But because of this, when the hilltop will be getting cut, the total water storage over there, that is a big environmental challenge, that how exactly that rice quality will be retained over there. And then second thing
Next slide, next slide. Last slide.
You said also about the stripping ratio and this lack
Next
of
slide.
our soil to fill it up. When we are having 60-meter thick
Next
coal
slide.
seam,
yes,
with your only overburden is very less, then what will happen? We'll be having a huge pit lake, and also we have got a less amount of material. Now we are having whatever the overburden dump is there, our rice straw, if we can get a good business policy from bringing Haryana and Punjab's rice straw over here for our overburden dumps and things like that, there could be a good business model. And I also appreciate the look of the coffee plant over here, because it reminds me how I made it in Kenda Colliery in that Sora hospital. We created exactly for tea and coffee in the mine overburden, and we got a very good success. And in my garden at Kharagpur, this is a very nice picture. I get a lot of coffee seeds, and it's a good thing. I'm very happy. I didn't know about your many work. They came to know about it. It's really very.
I said, frankly speaking, I do not work much on these plantation aspects, but then this is a burning problem. Maybe some of the students are also joining these days, executive PhD students who are interested to work on this. So we can take this work forward, but my primary aspect is on spontaneous heating, this erosion and sedimentation control, runoff management, and frankly speaking, we have also done a lot of work, this water quality tests in MCL, most of the mines. And most of the mines, the water as such can be used directly. The quality is so pure. Only in some cases there are problems. There is problem of little bit of fluoride, some places acid, some places a little bit of boron and selenium, which little treatment can be used. And then last slide please. And this, there are plenty of scope of tourism, as you said, you have visited. I think that being close to Talcher, my place, we go to Puri, we go to nearby for these water sports and all that. There are plenty of scopes in these places. So much of for tourism. Yes, sir. This is Jagannath OCP. I think yes, it's in Talcher. Yes.
Other things are also being planned. One of your statement that most of the water bodies are very much good for taking directly that can be consumed. Those studies are required to us.
Sir, we are already in touch. We are right in a pipeline. I think we have already submitted a proposal, which is being considered, I understand. And we will submit further proposals. So some other problems we have noted down, we will do it. But this is already submitted 2 weeks back. I think we have submitted the proposal.
Some study work was given to Nigeria for considering that zero discharge condition that they have applied.
Yes, sir. This is in connection with that. This study I am talking about is in connection with that.
Yes, sir. That project will be a holistic one, sir, considering all the factors for zero discharge, water management, and everything, sir.
So final report is yet to come.
No, sir. It is. Sir has just submitted the proposal.
I
sir.
have just submitted the proposal. We have not yet got the work order. So we'll take it up after that.
I think earlier some work was awarded.
We have done that, sir. We have done that.
You have done it.
That was in 2015. So I said 2016 we have carried out that work.
Okay. Fine.
That is what sir was telling. This zero discharge, the water, how the water can be given to the community or other use that can be used directly, either for drinking or to the local community for agriculture. It can be used. So that we'll work on that, how it can be done. It's in MCL also. I think in Lingaraj, somewhere they are using the water for drinking. It's being used. No, the zero discharge, there are pros and cons. The zero discharge concept came because of public interest litigations in Talcher as well as in Sukinda Valley. So the SPCB put this condition, stringent condition about zero discharge. But then they gave this alternative that if you want to discharge, put the real-time monitoring systems. The parameters, put it into the SPCB server and then discharge. That condition was also there. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for giving an insight about the land degradation and reclamation and also sharing us with some case studies. There is a small announcement before you move forward. Dinner arrangement has been done for our dignitaries and speakers at the VIP snack house, and for the participants at Glass House, and for all the drivers that have been accompanied to our HODs and for the areas, it has been arranged as senior guest house. So moving forward, may I request Shri A.K. Pandey sir, TS2 DTPP and General Manager Mining, to give away the concluding remarks. Please, sir.
Good evening, सबको नमस्कार. Respected CMD sir, respected DP sir, respected DT sir, respected Professor Pathak, my guru. He taught me in second year. Respected Samir Bardaloi ji, respected Professor Sahu, dear Rishi, and I forget your name. Kalash. So and my friends, GMs, HODs, area environment officers, project environment officers, staff of mining, and others. It's too late. I'm going to be very brief, and I've been told to conclude. So I'll be mentioning just a few takeaway points which we are getting from this seminar. So Professor Pathak, he talked about community wealth building by creating social capital, intellectual capital, cultural capital, and financial capital. He rightly said that we are having a bad name of our community due to past legacy. And we have to create a better legacy, a new kind of legacy by which our future generation will say that there are different kind of mining engineers who have left the mines in a better way. So, sir, you talked about monetization of asset post-mining closure involving local populace, enabling circular economy. Sir, you rightly said that the visual impact of mining is the worst kind of thing because people see it and we can see the Jharia and Raniganj field. So by seeing Basundhara coalfield today and tomorrow you are going to Talcher coalfield, you will definitely see. And Professor Sahu has just, he has given some certificate sort of thing to us that being a Angul boy, and he has seen how the areas have been developed by us. You talked about hydro seeding and landscaping. Landscaping is a very, very important area which we are not developing much. So mining requires a lot of work in landscaping. We must have landscape engineers for land reclamation, mine restoration, and mine closure. Talking about Mr. Bardoloi, he talked about compassionate natural farming. And you might have noticed that he talked about zero tillage farming. So generally we think about mining that we do tilling and mass production, but he's not talking about that. He's talking about food out of forest. So you'll have to create forest, and I think our OB dumps are the right place to grow forest for food. And he has seen one such area in Basundhara East, and Professor Pathak talked about producing milk and meat from our OB dumps. If Mr. Samir Badoloi can create green commandos out of rat hole miners, I think our community adjoining mining areas are much better than them, and you can always create better green commandos. So we seek your cooperation in that. Tomorrow you are going to Talcher coalfield, and there also will be meeting the community people, you will be seeing our problems, and I think you will come out with a better solution. So you talked about promoting agro-tourism by branding. We can always brand. We have already 1,800 or 1,800 bamboo trees we have developed at Lakhanpur OB site, which Chilambaresan talked about. So we can create that kind of tea, bamboo leaf tea out of that, and that will be branded as OB dump tree sort of thing. So you are master of that art, so you can do that. You talked about conservation of local food wisdom, development of social entrepreneurship. That is very important, and our Odisha people are full with. You can see how many new entrepreneurs are coming out of Odisha. So you can help us in developing our local communities in that aspect. You talked about broom grass. Yes, we can grow broom grass on our OB dumps. It is growing at, it's a native species for Odisha, broom grass. So we can grow it on our OB dumps. And you talked about slow and active living. It's a very nice thing, and we cannot afford while doing mining, but post-retirement we can always think about that. And Bidal, Rishi and Kalas, they talked about, yes sir, I'm being told to sum up. So tomorrow Rishi and Kalas, they are going to Talcher. Day after tomorrow they will be in Talcher. So there you go and do the illumination survey, and you see our traffic points. One more thing I will add, that you see our wagon loading by payloaders, and you come out with a solution to control underloading and overloading. I will be briefing you during the dinner time how to do that. And I thank Professor Sahu for dwelling upon land reclamation methods, and he has done a lot of work with us, and I think he is our co-partner in doing mine reclamation and other things. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Shri Samir Kumar Das, sir, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel privileged to propose the vote of thanks. First, I apologize to everybody for the late start of this workshop. I am grateful to our FDs, CMD Saab, DF Saab, DP Saab, TT Saab, who spared their valuable time to be in this organization, to participate in this workshop. I express my deep sense of appreciation to Professor Khaginder Pathak, Dr. Samir Bardoi, Professor S.B. Sahu, Rishi and Kalas, who gave an immense contribution to this workshop. I express my gratitude to area GMs, head of the departments, all my colleagues from area as well as from headquarters, especially my friends from RI Bhubaneswar. I express thanks to admin department, ENT department, system department, PRO department, and media people who have been very cooperative in this WhatsApp. I express my gratitude to all the persons who directly, indirectly contributed to this success of this WhatsApp. Last but not the least, I express my gratitude to all my colleagues in Environment Forest Department who toiled for the last 7 days to make this WhatsApp successful. Thank you, sir. Everybody requested to proceed for the dinner.
May I request everyone to please stand for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Now I request Samir sir and Pandey sir to escort our dignitaries and speakers to the VIP snack nook for the dinner. And I request our environment team to accompany all the participants for the dinner at Glass House. And for the drivers, we have the arrangement of dinner at Senior Guest House. Thank you. Good night. Shubh Ratri.